Good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Money and Politics Regional Conference. Today is going to be an equally interesting day, just like yesterday. Oh, no, actually, somebody suggested even more interesting. So today we have the creme de la creme, the most interested people in politics in this area are present here today. Yesterday, we had a full day of discussions. We had 25 speakers, moderators that addressed various ways of overseeing, of controlling the financing in politics, financing including by third parties, and various manners or methods of financing. We spoke about the shadow funding. Colleagues from Ukraine have presented their case. We also spoke about various ways of funding, including through cash and the cases of the Republic of Moldova of last year, when through various ways and big amounts of money that were used for illicit funding, vote buying, and we have also listened to information about the consequences. And we had also the anti-corruption prosecutor that shared with us these details. We also spoke about the cryptocurrency, which is less controlled, and actually there are fewer possibilities at the moment to better oversee it. Today we will focus on a key element in the oversight and control of financing of politics and election campaigns. We shall address transactions that take place via banks. We will talk about banks, oversight structures, electoral authorities, institutions, organizations that are monitoring and reporting and investigating. In this system, that is a very important system of oversight and control over the financing of politics, the banks are the guardians, if we may say so. The banks are the guardians as they perform these transactions, and by doing so, we can ensure transparency and the process of controlling financial sources that are used by us. So actually, all banks are commercial entities. They have their interests. They control the registration of political competitors or candidates. And since banks are commercial entities, banks can be led, can be managed, can be controlled by these people, oligarchs, for instance, that we spoke about yesterday, which may fund electoral competitors. So here there are some conflicts. The devil is in detail. We know that. Therefore, today we shall talk about these details more, and we shall begin our discussions with the representative of the National Bank of Moldova, Mr. Gheorghe Badia. Gheorghe, you have the floor, please. Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation to this conference. This conference is indeed very up to date. I shall speak today about the role of the central bank in strengthening the mechanisms of preventing illicit funding. The National Bank, or the Central Bank of Moldova, has set forth a range of objectives which aim at fighting, preventing, combating illicit financing. Here, I'm speaking about the objective of strengthening the banking system, strengthening the function of the central bank in preventing these illicit activities, and I will also refer to proactive engagement and interagency cooperation, which is a fundamental factor in this regard. Given the fundamental role played by the National Bank in assuring the integrity of the financial system, the NBM has always encouraged banks to develop compliance policies, to have a solid governance frameworks, contributing thus to minimizing risks as well as have their prudential indicators in line with the provisions of the law and have an efficient risk management mechanisms. If I were to speak about the second objective, this refers to the manner in which banks manage their risks, including the risks of getting involved in illicit funding activities. It is also presumed that there could be some rules set forth, compliance rules in this area. The NBM supports the coordinated activities so as to have the regulatory requirements and systems commensurable with risks, to have a robust system, flexible system, to make sure that political funding follows the legal framework, to look at the gaps of the law and to make sure that the rules which regulate political financing are observed. As I was saying, the cooperation mechanism or instrument to ensure this cooperation between various agencies, entities, is essential. So, in order to achieve the goals, we have set forth some priorities as well. As the central bank has the mandate of oversight, the first priority would be to strengthen the area of anti-money laundering, and another priority is enhanced transparency and traceability of operations made by the clients of the bank's interinstitutional cooperation. And the last priority is aligning to the provisions of the European regulatory framework and international standards in the area. In the Republic of Moldova and basically its legislation, we have the Law 308 on preventing money laundering and financing of terrorism of 2016, that which has been repeatedly amended. Well, the law transposes international standards in the first place, and I refer here to the FATF recommendations and EU directives. The law would impose certain requirements to these financial institutions, which are implementation of the robust KYC or Know Your Client system. The law also says that all financial institutions need to supervise and monitor their transactions and to monitor and to make a periodic assessment of their activities. And if we were to talk about the risk of financing or the risk of illicit financing, here the banks should implement the AML legislation requirement and verify the identity of beneficial owners, to monitor the politically exposed persons, monitor the risks of the people or the clients which are which have these political exposed person risks, and also to make sure that they identify suspicious transactions, report them to the FIU to apply the measures if needed, blocking transactions, etc. What has the National Bank done lately in 2024? Last year was a year full of challenges, major challenges. Nevertheless, there was room for transparency and traceability in the activity, which is a goal of the National Bank. And I would like to give you a few examples. Starting with May 2024, the National Bank has asked from all financial institutions, both banking and non-banking ones, to stop the possibility of performing cash transactions without identifying persons that deposit cash or withdraw cash via ATM machines. This action has been implemented by all the institutions and are there to strengthen the AML. Also, during 2024, or the year 2024 has been marked by an intensified cooperation between the central bank and other authorities of the state. Here I refer mainly to the FIU and the intelligence service. We have looked at various typologies which could have accumulated systemic risk in the banking sector. These typologies have been described, have been communicated to the banks and to the non-banking services providers, and we have requested proactive actions on their behalf. When I say we have communicated, that means that we have described in detail the typologies and where the risks might materialize. And I refer to various types of operations and transactions, the P2P transactions from the requesters from high-risk jurisdictions. I also refer to transactions on various payment platforms, new fintechs, etc., from certain high-risk jurisdictions. Or, why not, transactions, the requesters of which have been affiliated to certain persons in relation to whom international restrictive measures have been applied. Persons on the sanction lists to which the Republic of Moldova has aligned itself. And I would like to continue with the last slides. The fundamental interinstitutional cooperation element is underpinned by the main documents, and which you can see on the slide. Besides having a good cooperation practice, we have also established in the national papers, in the national documents, these obligations. This is the Moldova's strategy on preventing and combating money laundering, the national security strategy of Moldova, the plan of action for the de-oligarchization, and the law on the NBM, the election code, and others, which you can see on this slide. I will not keep you for too long. This is the last slide of my presentation. I would like to show you the last progresses that we have had at the legislative level of Moldova, which have contributed, and I believe still contribute, to the control of this illicit financing phenomenon. First of all, I mean the amendment of the AML law, which happened at the end of 2024, which has additionally transposed some of the recommendations of the FATF, as well as two decisions of the Executive Board of the National Bank of amending bank regulation, which set up requirements with regard to preventing and controlling money laundering among banking and non-banking financial institutions. So the last decision was approved in 2025, which introduced additional requirements with regard to those documents which have to accompany transfer of funds, thus strengthening the legal framework in the area. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Badia, for the presentation, and thank you for the key words on interinstitutional cooperation that we have mentioned yesterday as being very important. And your participation today at this panel and your presentation is one more proof of the openness of the National Bank for cooperation and the importance of your institution in this process. I am confident that our colleagues have a series of questions with regard to some of the aspects of political financing, but the questions would be asked at the end of all presentations. Please take them down. And I would like to ask Mr. Constantin Rada, the representative of the Electoral Authority of Romania, to present the experience of Romania in this area. Very interesting experience, especially after the presidential elections which have just happened, including last year. Mr. Radu, you have the floor.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this extremely important event. My speech will be structured on two things. First, will be related to the challenges and experiences of the presidential elections in 2024 and 25 in Romania. And the second aspect that I will bring up will contain a number of ideas from my experience of more than 15 years in the sphere of control of political party finance and the electoral systems in different countries and electoral bodies. The first thing that I would like to discuss is very much related to what the previous speakers yesterday and today were saying. It is an essential pillar of democracy, and it is also essential in ensuring a fair and transparent electoral process. In digital era, many processes are conducted online and controls are limited. That is why in presidential elections in 2025, there were a number of significant challenges. One of them is related to supervision and control of sources of funding, as well as costs in the electoral campaign. That required a lot of effort from the permanent electoral authority because the nature and diversity of the activities, as well as non-conventional sources of funding, made it complicated to follow the funding and the financial flows used. Another aspect is related to prevention and detection of illegal funds or funds that are not officially registered and that can affect the fairness of the electoral process and can distort the outcome. Making the sources of funding, both public and private, and also the payments to the suppliers of electoral propaganda were an issue. Delaying details or lack of details can affect the public trust or the capacity to monitor the electoral process for civil society as well. Another thing which generates new challenges related to funding, particularly in terms of sponsorship, is the issue of commercials or ads. We needed a legal framework and monitoring mechanisms for such realities. And the aspect that was underscored before, it is related to cooperation between the involved institutions. This was extremely important. And in the Ministry of Finance, that was very, very important. And for the Ministry of Interior as well, to guarantee a fair and transparent process. In 2025, we needed close cooperation between the regulatory institutions, surveillance authorities and civil society. We also needed continuous adaptation to emergent challenges. So, based on the elections of the president in 2025, the government has approved emergency ordinance #1 concerning measures related to organizations of presidential elections and partial elections in 2025. And they were meant to ensure good development and good organization of the elections. Political actors defined by Parliament says the following: whenever a commercial is published or an ad is published, well, this is supposed to actually improve the transparency. So, Permanent Electoral Authority has approved in March a decision on promotion, distribution, and publication of political advertisements used in electoral campaign in 2025. And the rules are actually describing how to organize the process itself. And we organize the permanent authorities, the National Audiovisual Council, national authorities for management of communications, National Directorate for Cybersecurity. The online campaign, particularly on TikTok, was marked by an authentic behavior. And monitoring during the campaign has identified significant increase in coordinated content that had political nature. And non-authentic accounts were extensively used. We didn't have the mechanisms that would be adapted to the digital peculiarities. And this is very much related to the attempts to interfere. And there were attempts to interfere involving both state and non-state actors. And the control and organization of the electoral campaign, permanent analysis of the sources used in the electoral campaign by the electoral competitors. The costs were verified, and the greatest percentage was dedicated to the online propaganda and control over the distribution, publication, and editing of political propaganda in 2025. To ensure transparency in terms of information supplied by the competitors, a mechanism of weekly publication of data on the revenues and costs of the electoral campaign was adopted. Sources had to be identified, categories, suppliers of assets. At the same time, the non-compliant propaganda was monitored, and there were rules adopted related to production, dissemination of political commercials, as well as rules related to costs incurred by other individuals, not just participants in the campaign, but also the supporters. We have also quickly analyzed all the notifications that we have received, the decisions of the electoral bureaus, and the measures were applied with the strong dissuasive character. But the thing is that the technologies develop very quickly, and the mechanisms of communication become much more complex, as well as mechanisms of online promotion, and artificial intelligence is being used. There is no clear regulatory framework in this sphere, and this can support the use of non-transparent practices, opaque sponsorship, and the lack of clear regulation framework may lead to micro-targeting or dissemination of manipulative content. So it is essential to review legislation and consolidate institutional capacities to monitor and follow the principles of equity, transparency, and legality in digital electoral space. Digital campaigns must be reporting, and civil society may prevent a lot of things which may be essential. Thank you. And there is one more thing that I would like to refer to. It is absolutely necessary to regulate particular things. But overregulation may be just as bad as lack of regulation. We have already seen the issue of lack of rules in online environment. This has led to cancellation of presidential elections. This is absolutely correct. There must be confidence, and the opaque, obscure processes had a role to play. I must say that maximum sanctions have been applied to the electoral competitor, and criminal investigation authorities have been notified. Moreover, we managed to investigate, we managed to keep particular things under control, particularly the illegalities. Of course, I personally plead for the use of any kind of funding, including cryptocurrencies. But it is extremely important that any kind of funding is verifiable and transparent. That's it on my side. If you have questions, go ahead and ask them. Thank you, Mr. Adam. First and foremost, for the fact that you're with us and we have the chance to talk and to learn from Romania's experience. We have met last time in summer as well, in a closer circle. And I'm happy that you are with us today and you're sharing that institutional and personal experience from the presidential elections. I think this is the case of the whole of Europe. Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they were all eyes on Romania. And the process was followed by millions of people. Now I'm looking at your counterpart from the CEC Moldova, who's going to be in a similar situation. Everyone is going to be soon with their eyes on Moldova. So thank you for the discussion. You have spoken about the importance of discussion with civil society, and we have here Septimus from Forum Civil Society in Romania, and we also have Moldovan civil society. The questions will follow. And we will talk about monitoring, supervision, and we'll see the experience of Albania. Cristina Voco will be the speaker. She's a representative of a reporting and investigative network. Cristina, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just continuing very shortly on the Romanian case, it's Moldova now will have the possibility to have some lessons learned, but also it's very important to take into consideration what the previous speaker said, not over-regulating, because a very negative way how the Romanian initial experience, bad experience, was translated into the Albanian context was that 2 months before the last election, we had parliamentary election in May this year. The Prime Minister took a decision to totally close TikTok and access to it, a decision that was taken just as a Prime Minister decision, a decision that us and together with the Association of Journalists have sent into the Constitutional Court because we considered that has no legal basis. So let's learn, but also not, in order to regulate or to put under control some challenges, not to, let's say, violate some other freedoms and to be very considerate in that direction. I represent a network of investigative journalists. I am not a journalist in background, I am the researcher supporting them. And in the last years, we have closely monitored the election in Albania from very different perspectives, starting from finances, lobbying contracts, monitoring online media, social media, audiovisual media. But for us, the special interest, and especially under this session, is on financial transparency of the campaign, but also of the political parties more in general. When I was invited to this conference, it was like, do you want to talk in the crypto session or this one? And yes, we have done some investigation into the use of crypto. Crypto is illegal in Albania. But it has been, the investigations have covered always the role of how organized crime, especially the organized crime that, Albanian organized crime that is operating outside Albania, uses crypto in order to transfer the money or other illegal activities. But we haven't seen it yet directly involved into the election. And the reason why, I believe, because there are much easier way in countries like ours that are still, I mean, we don't consider theoretically our country in transition, but we are still in transition. And what are some of the reasons? Because in order to talk about the role of regulators into the finance campaign finances, we have to take always into consideration the more general context. We live in a country that OECD a few years ago said estimated that at least 30% of economy is black. So there are no taxes paid, no banks included, etc. At least 30% of the economy. So we live in a country where by one hand it's considered to be quite liberal in terms of currency uses. So you can come to Albania and you can be issued an invoice in not only in Albanian lek but in euro, in US dollars. You can pay in every currency. You can go to the coffee shop and pay in whatever currency you have, which we have as many, even more perhaps, exchange points that you have here in Moldova. And it is justified due to the high level of migration that we have, so due to remittances, but also that was some years ago due to the effect that money laundering from organized crime abroad has. So all these challenges that exist in every moment, of course, will be transferred into the campaign transparency and political party transparency. Also, even based on the preliminary findings of ODIHR, but also of the local observers, even in the last election, May election, also in the previous one, we had a huge effect by the misuse of public sources and public administration, which are practically funds that you cannot, I mean, it's not cash that you can materialize and you can send through banks in order to support the campaign. Also, we have, and it has always been very problematic, the suspicious role or impact of organized crime into the election and financing certain candidates. And still, those are contribution into the campaign which cannot go through the banks, etc. So when yesterday I asked some of my colleagues, the journalists, into groups like, do you think why or what is the reason you think that crypto is not yet used? And they said, but it's much more easier to bring cash through a diplomatic bag. And we have had cases like that in Albania. Or to send money outside in a diplomatic bag in order to pay for lobbying contracts. Even in US, like we have one of the cases that now is under investigation after almost 10 years for one of the leaders of a political party. So we have all these challenges and how they are reflected into the campaign, even more. I mean, I'm not listing all of them. How they are reflected into the last campaign, for example, in the last election. I'm not talking about the 2025 election because we don't have any system that require on-time reporting of the expenses. So the only obligation for the political electoral subjects and the candidates is to submit their financial statements 60 days after the final certification of the results. Having in mind that we had election in 11th of May, we still don't have the final results yet. We are still recounting, and that is the usual procedure, how Albania elections in Albania goes. So we usually expect the financial statements around end of September, October, when let's say, attention, especially of journalists, civil society, and other actors toward the election has already gone. So that is a major challenge, and the only data that I can present to you are from the previous election, not the general one, the 2023 local election. I am just providing few details. There were local elections. We have 61 municipalities, and for those 61 municipalities, ran 144 candidates for mayors, not very competitive, a very small number, and more than 23,000 candidates for the municipal councils. From the 145 candidates for mayors, only 90 of them decided to submit the financial statement at the CC. The other didn't even bother. And from those, many declared that they had zero income and zero expenses, including the mayor, elected mayor of Tirana, the capital. All the other, and especially in major cities, the declared cost of the revenues and expenses for their campaign were around 2,000, 3,000 euros for the whole 30 days of campaign. Looking into the expenses and financial statements of the political party, what we see that a lot of transactions, including the candidates, are made in cash. For example, the leading party has paid 80% of the rents for the offices, electoral offices, directly in cash. And strangely enough, when you further analyze the data, the tax that need to pay over the rent, we had a tax of income tax of 50% that you are obliged to pay because you are a registered subject, was nowhere to be seen in none of the statements delivered. Also, because we monitor audiovisual media, and finally Facebook decided to publish, Meta decided to publish some data in the political ads library, they were somehow careful in the last election to declare the expenses for advertisement in the media. But because online media, digital native media, is not monitored, all of them, all parties, all candidates, declared zero expenses. So if you ever been in Albania during an electoral campaign, if you open any website, you'll be bombarded by this pop-up ads that come and travel with you while you read the article, etc. But no, that was your illusion, because none of those ads had been real. So we are in this situation, and most of the transaction, another example, and these are challenges how to regulate and how financial institution can come into the support, is that, for example, almost 70%, 69% of the income for the candidates for mayors were self-donation. So were money from the candidates themselves. And they equal the expenses, of course. It's just, I have this invoice that I have to declare because suddenly it was an invoice by mistake in Albania. So it was an invoice I have to declare, I have paid it by myself. Many, many other challenges. Now, for this reason, in discussing like how bank, and especially central bank, can be involved is quite a challenging task. This year, CC decided to remind to all candidates running for the election that they have an obligation based on the code. It has always been there, but they don't need to read the code, even those running for MPs, that you have the obligation for the expenses and transactions done during the campaign to have a dedicated bank account. You know what happened? Is most of the candidates went to the bank of the second level and they were asking, I need a dedicated bank account as a candidate. All the banks were saying like, we have no idea such an account exists, that you can have a dedicated account that say that you are a candidate. And it went on and reported to the media as a major problem because it was so difficult to understand that no, they should assign one of their accounts as the one and only account from which they should meet the expenses that can be audited later on. So even such a simple, let's say, rule to be implemented caused a lot of disinformation, misinformation, a lot of complaints by opposition that this is a way to stop us from running into the election, etc., etc. I'm very curious when the financial statements will be presented if that caused any problem or not. Beyond now, what are the challenges with other regulators and can be some opportunities also, how to cooperate? First of all, as I said, there is no real time or once per twice during the electoral campaign or once per week or immediately after the campaign. So it's very difficult to, let's say, raise concerns or report challenges in real time during the campaign. The second one is the system, the online system for the declaration of expenses by both electoral subjects and candidates that was in place for the first time in the 2023 election, but you couldn't download the data in any open data format. You could have only long PDF that you should enter by yourself in order to do any calculation. It's not connected because it's under the CC server, cannot be connected with any other server. So in theory, there is an obligation that those expenses to be cross-checked with data from the tax office, with data from insurance agencies, etc. But because it's under the CC server and all these other are hosted by a separate agency under the e-Albania infrastructure, there is no communication of information. So that is not allowed. And we haven't seen any active cases when CC has proactively asked, let's say, from any additional data from these agencies. Last minute changes, that has been very important. Why? Because less than 3 months before this election, in February, we were pushed to do some, CC recommended some changes in the electoral code because for the first time we had out-of-country voting. And so during the process, they identified some challenges that they needed few changes. And when they asked few changes, that everybody was in unison, the two major political parties came into agreement and behind the closed door, within 24 hours, with these changes, introduced also the changed the limits about the campaigning. So we had a limit that the political parties cannot spend more than 3 times the budget they take from the state budget. And suddenly they decided to change it to 5 times more. Also because we had many candidates in the open list, they decided to increase the level of money that each individual candidate can spend. They decided also to increase the time that candidates themselves can buy into audiovisual media. And these were done in February with no consultation process, no approval from the smaller parties, but influenced directly how the last campaign regulation about financial transparency were conducted. and very low sanctions. There are some sanctions for those candidates for mayors that didn't even submit it report, but they are very low. Or the sanctions for audiovisual media authority that do not deliver the price list is less than 30 euros as a sanction. So if we continue with such sanctions, of course, there cannot be, let's say, a further need to even coordinate with other institutions, and especially the banks. And sorry to say, but for the currency liberal policy that we have, just to have in mind that our exchange rate changed twice per day. And there is no analysis why in all the last election the exchange rate toward euro and US dollars are highly influenced from the bank. So what is happening, because we have what is introducing a lot of cash into the economy, or what is happening. So that can be a very direct suggestion for our central bank. Thank you.
Very much, Cristina. Mulțumesc mult, Cristina, pentru
Thank you, Christina, so much for this overview of the political financing in Albania and for demonstrating the journalist and investigative spirit and a very thorough knowledge about the area of money in politics, which is key for high quality journalism or journalism which is there to help both the electoral authorities as well as the banks, as well as the other stakeholders, as well as the voters, who, thanks and via journalists, understand things that are happening and why they're happening, and why banking authorities take certain decisions. So, from journalists, let's move on to interstate organizations which help us monitor and improve practices in our countries, as well as address some transnational aspects which exist and are well known in the area of political financing. So now I would like to ask Charles Bopion from the OECD to share with us the organization's position. Please, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Pavel, and I would like also to thank, of course, the Central Election Commission of the Republic of Moldova, not only for the invitation, but also for the organization with all the partners of this very interesting conference. I mean, I've been impressed by the high-level participation, the representation also of many institutions of the Republic of Moldova, which in my view is already a very good sign of coordination and cooperation across the public institutions on this very important topic. So my name is Charles Bobian, as you presented me, thank you very much, and I lead the work on mis and disinformation, on foreign interference, and we are starting also a new work stream on organized crime at the OECD. So, I mean, I already have one takeaway from the conference, which is to change the name of my team to Integrity Threats Resistance, as the gentleman from the European Commission used this word resistance, and I think it, in a sense, it's slightly better than resilience, than everyone is using. So at the OECD, this work is part of what we call the Reinforcing Democracy initiative, which was launched at ministerial level in 2022 at the Public Governance Ministerial Meeting hosted by Luxembourg. And actually, it's one of the first pillars is on information integrity. So I'd like to say a few words on information integrity first, and then I have made these slides because we have a few data points to share with you. So on information integrity, very briefly, and I think it's important also for this session, because more and more there's a business of disinformation, which can have impact sometimes on markets. So I think it's important also for financial regulators and other types of financial institutions to be aware that there can be not only disinformation around elections, but also around the financial system, around the businesses, and so on and so forth. So I think that's an important point. On that, what I just wanted to say is that the OECD last December, the OECD Council, adopted an OECD recommendation on information integrity. So that's here, if you want to have one copy, by consensus, and it's one of the first international legal instruments around information integrity, which, by the way, has a number of provisions related to elections. So that could be interesting for you going forward. So now perhaps let me show you, okay, if this works. The next slide, okay. First, I'd like to start with a few words on foreign interference. This is a new workstream at the OECD. So, as usually at the OECD, when we start something new, we try to understand well the concepts, the definitions, to clarify them, because there are many definitions across countries. It can be foreign interference, malign foreign influence, etc., FIMI. So I think what is important when we worked on that is to distinguish what we call foreign influence from foreign interference. Foreign influence, has existed, even foreign interference since, centuries, since nation states exist. But I think, foreign influence is legitimate when it is fully transparent and with no intention to harm. This is what diplomats are doing every day, at the end of the day. But foreign interference is something slightly different, and so that's why we adopted this definition. It's a working definition at this point. So these are intentional actions of state or non-state actors conducted in the interest of a foreign government. These activities are covert, non-transparent or manipulative in nature, and are aimed at negatively impacting the structures or processes of the political system, the economy, the society, or the information space. So this is a working definition, so please don't quote it at this point. I would be grateful for that. Second, we did a mapping of all the various mechanisms through which foreign powers can conduct interfering activities. So we have mapped 11 of them, you can see in this list. And I think at this point in time, many people are concentrating maybe on 2-3 of them, particularly on political financing, on electoral interference, and also on foreign information manipulation and interference. But if you think, there are many others, from cyber attacks, of course, to election infrastructure, economic coercion, the instrumentalization of migration or of diasporas as well. Lawfare is the use of the judicial system, or collusion with organized crime. So there are many of them. So I think perhaps one of the first lessons we draw from this work is that, foreign powers are using many of these tools all together, coordinated, managed sometimes at the central level, the center of government. So if you want to build a proper response to that, it is very important also to coordinate across government on all these areas. If you are very good at foreign information, at countering FIMI, but you are very bad at elite capture, at the end of the day, your system will be perverted or affected. So that's very important to work across the board on all those issues. So now coming to more specifically political finance. So you can see in what we call the anti-corruption and integrity outlook, and you have the QR code here. We have a number of data there that are coming from what we call the OECD public integrity indicators. And I know there are now more and more non-OECD countries, including the Republic of Moldova, who are in the process of developing those indicators. When you look on political finance, only, in fact, half of the OECD countries have an independent oversight body for political finance. So I think there's, of course, quite a number of progress that still needs to be done. I think here, I'll give just one example of my country. In France, in my country, you have what is called the CNCCPP, so it's the National Commission for Campaign Accounting and Political Finance. So it's an institution that is fully independent and control not only the accounts during electoral campaigns, but also political parties financing more broadly. That's another data set that is particularly interesting. I mean, here the message is really that we need enhanced adherence to political finance and reporting regulations. This is imperative for political parties, because if you look at the graph on the left, which is the annual reporting on political finance by parties, I mean, there are regulations in 79% of OECD countries, but it is implemented in practice only in 42%. And this is even worse when it comes to campaigns, because there are more countries that have, of course, regulations for campaign finance reporting, but only 47 really implement those regulations in practice. So that's very important to make progress also on this front as well. I mean, you will see, I mean, on this anti-corruption outlook, there are the data that could be interesting for you, of course, on anonymous donation, on the use of cash for campaigning. So I have one copy I can give if someone is interested. One first conclusion around political finance, I think, is that it's the interoperability. I think we discussed a little bit, between all the data sources that you can have access to, and this is really essential if you want to have the full picture of the political finance landscape, and if you want to increase accountability. Last slide, I'd like to, again, take an example of France, and I take those examples because we did a report for France. It's on the left, and I have also one copy if you want, on strengthening the transparency and integrity of foreign influence activities in France. Actually, this is quite interesting because this report had quite significant impact, because it was used during the discussions in Parliament around a new law on foreign interference that was just adopted by the French Parliament before political turmoil in France with the Parliament being dismissed. So that was one of the last laws adopted before the change of government. So in this report, I think what is, well, and by the way, this law sets up, maybe we can discuss that as well later on in the coffee break, it sets up a foreign activities registry, a transparency mechanism, inspired by what exists in the United States, United Kingdom, or Australia. And what this report does, it specifies how this kind of instrument can be built in democracies. And it is fundamentally different from what exists in Russia, what now exists in Georgia, what is planned to exist also in Hungary. So that's, I mean, this report explains what the differences are between foreign registry that aims to close the civic space and a foreign registry that just wants to increase the transparency. So you may want to have a look at that. I'm showing this report more specifically for our topic, and this is my last slide, because it includes the rules on private funding of political parties at election campaigns. And in fact, in the 2017 presidential election, there was one party from the extreme right who was financed through a Czech-Russian bank. I think the first Czech-Russian bank, I don't remember the exact name. And that led to a change in legislation, a reform of political finance rules. And nowadays, it's prohibited to, on the domestic level, receive funding from any legal entity that is not a political party. That's the first change. And the second one is that it is also forbidden for any legal entity from the private sector from abroad to finance campaigns and parties, at the exception of banks that are domiciliated within the European Economic Zone. So that's an interesting reform, and maybe you can be inspired by that as well. I think today, given the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, there are a lot of sanctions to the Russian financial sector. So perhaps the risk of influence through the financial sector from Russia has diminished. But of course, as we've heard, there are many other risks as well. So in conclusion, well, thank you, but I wanted to say just a few words in conclusion. Of course, I mentioned that throughout coordination and cooperation across national institutions, data exchange, of course, with respect to privacy and GDPR regulation, for instance, is crucial. International coordination as well, and cooperation. There are so many countries that are facing the same challenges, and of course, so many financing that can come from abroad through various mechanisms. We heard about the cryptos as well. There are many of those. So coordination and cooperation. Now I was thinking that perhaps, the OECD and the FATF are good entities to work with you on that if anyone is interested, of course. But I was thinking, based on what we heard throughout the conference, for instance, there could be reflections around a regulation on the opening of many accounts at the same time. We heard about the 130,000 accounts that were open here in Moldova, so maybe that's one idea. On crypto, there could be also eventually some regulation around crypto or virtual money financing, virtual currency financing of campaigns. Maybe we could regulate. We could have a reflection on regulation, because I heard what you say about maybe sometimes too much regulation is not appropriate. And lastly, I think, the point made on real-time monitoring for all these data sets to be available on time and use journalism, investigative journalism to publish around it, I think is critical as well. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope I was not too long, Pavel, but looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Charles. Indeed, a really interesting presentation, and thank you for this. I also thank you for being an active participant of our conference. Deci mulțumesc mult, Charles.
Thank you very much, Charles. Your presentation was very interesting, and I would say it was quite strategic. There were plenty of ideas as to how we could build this shield against illicit funding. Let us continue with other recommendations. Recommendations that come from an authority specialized in observations and recommendations. I'm talking about OSCE ODIHR. If you remember, initially the ODIHR reports were 5-7 pages long with just a few recommendations. Now there are tens of recommendations. And they are much lengthier, like 30 pages. And correct me if I'm wrong, but in recent 5 or 7 years, political finance is a focus, a point of interest for ODIHR. And some of these strategic recommendations are related particularly to this matter. Elian Torres represents OSCE ODIHR. Please make your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you with this crowd of expertise. I'm here representing ODIHR, for who I worked almost 10 years as campaign finance analyst in different countries. I recently just did Romania, who it was a pleasure to work with. I also did France. So I'm hoping to contribute with this expertise to this panel. So let me talk to you a bit about the comprehensive approach to campaign finance from ODIHR. First, campaign finance includes obviously regulations, hopefully very clear and straightforward. It also includes contribution and expenditure limits to to contribute to the equal level playing field among contestants. Then it includes reporting and disclosure provisions. Reporting because most of the time you have public funding, so contestants or political parties need to be accountable for it. And disclosure because the voters deserve to know how their contestant and potential representative are being funded. Then we also have included the oversight and monitoring provisions into the campaign finance framework, and because we need to look at the veracity of what is being reported and disclosed. And in case of non-compliance, we also have sanctions and appeal provisions. So altogether, this is all the areas of assessment that Odir looked at. So why it is important and comprehensive? Well, ambiguities in the legal framework, it weakens enforcement and it creates room for circumvention. So every time the regulations are unclear, this is an opportunity for non-compliance. The limits are ineffective if they're not backed by enforceable sanctions. If there's no consequences, why would one respect them, right? Then we have the reporting obligations that they're only meaningful when they're supported by oversight. We need to look at the veracity and the accuracy of the information that is being provided to the electoral management body and the public. And ODIHR covers all these areas across both traditional and online campaigns, which created an additional layer of complexity to the assessment, but it's very, very relevant. So all those relevant areas of assessments are interdependent and complementary. This is why we say it's comprehensive, because if one is short, one is weak, then the whole framework is affected. So this is how ODIHR approaches campaign finance. So this is a typical ODIHR recommendations that recommends scrutiny of campaign income and spending throughout the electoral process. And this is the typical issues identified during election missions, which were intensified now that digital platforms bypass traditional oversight tools. So we typically have irregular and incomplete monitoring of the campaign finance. You have the lack of investigative authority of they think they lack it. Sometimes it's also accompanied by the inadequate human and financial resources or capacity to investigate, because don't forget that now with the online, if you don't have the technological use, how would you oversight technological campaign finance irregularities? And all of this contribute to the lack of transparency, because what we look at during our missions is the transparency cosmetic? You know, sometimes it's just about the intention to declare, but is it real declaration? Is it real transparency? Is it real disclosure? And also the capacity bottlenecks. You know, we need to look at not only from the political parties, but essentially from the regulators. Do they have the capacity to look at the specific oversight? So as campaign finance analyst, our favorite work, our favorite objective is to ask a lot of questions. Relevant for this coordination, sorry. I usually start with questions regarding if the electoral management body or a campaign finance regulator, because in some cases it's not even the EMB, do they make effective use of their legal power to request bank statements from candidates, parties, or third party? Do they verify the authenticity and completeness of all submitted bank documents? Do they cross-check with banks? Because sometimes I ask this question and they're like, what do you mean? This is my favorite answer. What do you mean? Because I mean, I'm a jurist, but I do have some IT skills. I can fake a bank statement. I have this knowledge. And sometimes it doesn't even cross the mind of the controller or the EMB to check the authenticity of it. And sometimes it's not about policing the political parties or the candidates. It's really about, because sometimes they just want to, amend the date to avoid, the sanctions, etc. So the fact that we asked the question also helped them make aware, oh, yes, let's look at this too, in case it's an issue. We also ask, is there a formal cooperation mechanism between, the regulators, the financial intelligence units, the central bank, the anti-money laundering authorities, which is, in my experience, very rarely the case. Sometimes it's just, yes, we talk, yes, we know who they are, but do you actually coordinate, political finance monitoring oversight? Then are there established responses timeframes for banks to provide the requested information? Because sometimes the EMB has the authority, has the power to request some statements and verify some information, but then the banks respond, after the elections or a lot of time after. So this is why cooperation here is also very, very relevant to make sure this doesn't take too long. Then are banks under an obligation to report on unusual political transactions or donations? Because if they do not feel that they have this obligation, why would they? Does the EMB request this reporting? So it's all of these points that are relevant for the coordination. And obviously, it's not over. We still have more questions, as usual. So, does the EMB regularly brief the legal committee or other parliamentary bodies on risk and trends in political finance oversight? Like, do they have this relationship with the committee saying, okay, this year we learned this year we identified this issue for consideration when they're drafting reform? Does the EMB has access to payment records from digital platforms to verify the source and payer of sponsored content? This is my favorite question recently. I did ask it in Romania. I know Romania asked Meta who paid for some advertisement. I don't think the answer was very comprehensive. Or the one that was expected to, but it's also a point of consideration, like are there sanctions, are they going for those that do not answer the requested of the EMB about who paid for it, do they have a protocol in place, are they going to follow through, like the fact that you didn't get the answer, would it be followed the next time, or would you make a complaint, etc. So to see where it goes, because it is a difficult relationship to build, because it's, we have the EU DSA, but every country must create his relationship with the digital platforms now. And it's complicated, it's obviously not easy, but it's also a point not to give up, right? Let's see, okay, you didn't get the answer you wanted, what next? What next? So always trying to see, and then maybe then they will apply for the next country. So that's the relevant point of inquiries that ODIHR would do during emissions. So let me share with you some opportunities that we think data-driven can enhance cooperation. Data is power. This is something I really, really believe in, and I don't know a lot of person that would say the opposite. So these data-driven opportunities can be during this cooperation with the different institutions would be, let's analyze the campaign spending trends in the respective country, okay? Let's do it together. So what was the bank, where do they see the most, when do they see the most entry of money or spending, how the EMB did the analysis of the reports, etc. So this will identify some patterns and how the irregularities occur and when. You can together also for the cooperation assess the regularity loopholes. The Parliament committee will welcome knowing that a recommendation or the identification of a gap, a legal gap, comes from different organizations. Okay, the bank agrees that this is an issue to follow or to monitor. The EMB also supports it, etc. So the more you are to identify this regularity loophole, the stronger it will have impact. Then, this is something that is very rarely done, is the investigation performance review. So, do you evaluate the effectiveness and the timelines of investigation? Like, how long did it will take Meta to answer? How long did the EMB make the request? How many times EMB and the bank met? How long the bank takes to answer an EMB request? And the moment you put it into data, the moment you put it in a table or in a pie, the impact will be stronger because they will say, okay, they want to meet more, let's be quicker because for the last 10 times we took 1 week to answer, and that it's not okay. So this is how you can enhance this cooperation among the bodies involved. And obviously have the regular consultation and feedback from all the electoral stakeholders. I mean, EMB compliance can, they have a lot of information to process, and sometimes they are, they think like, checkpoint, checklist kind of way. But if you get the input from the civil society, if you get the input from the political parties, from the bank, then you have a different approach, a different views, and that's where the recommendation and the impact will be more strengthened. Because the cross-institutional cooperation matters to, to face the sophistication of financial flow. So because it's so much sophisticated, let's make the effort to sit and make sure that united, because the goals are the same. So let's unite against this sophistication, because we know that fragmented approach undermine the effectiveness of scrutiny. We know that. So let's try to coordinate frameworks to enhance transparency, accountability, and prevention. And then my last slide, it's about further opportunities. So let's formalize cooperation procedure. I know that sometimes, coming from a Latin country, organizations are made of people, and it's the people that makes the cooperation, right? If I like you, if we like the same football team, etc. If we have if we create this relationship, this personal relationship, obviously coordination will work better. We know that project, occurs, and we can go after the same foundings, etc. So, but if you have a formalized can be an MOU, an interagency cooperation framework, if you oblige to sit together every month, then you're obliged to create this relationship, this personal relationship. And that comes out of these procedures of formalize this cooperation. So that's something that it's, I think, relevant to look at. Then you have an opportunity to shift to risk-based supervision. What is risk-based supervision? Basically is when you jointly identify indicators, which is the best approach, I would say. So you identify indicators like, based on the donation size, the funding source, the prior non-compliance or the use of intermediaries, the human resources involved, the family members can be involved. So all of these indicators, if you jointly do it, if you jointly develop it, as you know, these red flags that you can create into, you know, when you do the oversight. If you have the same ones, obviously you're going to have stronger result and stronger details about possible non-compliance. So that's something that can be automized. That's something that a digital tool exists for it to facilitate, and that's where the interagencies work can be very relevant. We were talking about interoperability, which is very relevant. I mean, it's a political and financial decision to have, but at one point we need to, you know, go for it because of it's coming, this wave of technical sophistication, and so we need to follow it. And lastly, it's about addressing the blind spot of the non-banking financial channel and a digital platform. What we mean is that, you know, the rise of the cryptocurrency, the crowdfunding platforms, the informal transfer systems, all of that create vulnerabilities, and that's where regulators need to jump in. That's where we need to have fast legal reform to adapt to it. We all know about cryptocurrency, but there's so many countries that do not have any regulation on it, which is, at this, in 2025, it's not justifiable at one point. I mean, it's, you know, let's make it happen. Let's together all say that this needs to be addressed. And so, yeah, once you address those spots legally, you also jointly can ensure that you define together the political donation across the platforms, because there's so many platforms now. The requirement of the traceability of the money, of the contribution is, I mean, it's paramount. We need to demand that any contribution should be traceable. I mean, because of the legal and illegal aspect of it, obviously, for political finance. And together, we need to impose reporting duties on digital service providers. I mean, when one asks Meta who paid for it, we should definitely receive right away, this is the name of the credit card, full stop. And then the country will follow up with the bank, with you know, the anti-money laundering, the cyber, all of these institutions that every country has it. So there's no room for this not to happen. I mean, there's no excuse. So, yes, obviously. So together, I think all of this remind us that we need to move and align towards digital transformation, because there's no higher tool than you know, altogether having access to the information. And if you have this interoperability between the systems and the database, you can automize reporting based on your own permissions. So if you're an EMB, you're not going to have the same permission of detailed information than the bank compliance officer, right? But you can generate those reports automatically from this database. Obviously, it has to be secured platform that the different institutions can share. But that's really a quick and accurate way to move forward. So just to summarize, I would say that it's time to, whoops, the last sentence, if we can show, yes, whoops, sorry, it will come. So let us move together from cooperation by goodwill to cooperation by design, and hopefully by digital tools. Thank you very much, and I'll welcome any question that you have.
Thank you very much, Elan. Indeed, a really interesting presentation, and mulțumesc mult, Alan. Deci, într-adevăr, idei recomandări de insight foarte interesante.
We have gotten interesting ideas, insights, useful insights for us with regards to the questions to be asked or the art of asking correct information to the right persons. Before moving on to the round of questions, I would like to thank all our speakers with a round of applause. And now, although it's time for coffee break, I understand everybody is thinking about the coffee in the hallway. I would still suggest to ask several questions. This topic is indeed very interesting. Let us collect the questions.
And I currently work at the Central Electoral Commission in the Republic of Moldova. First of all, I would like to thank for Ms. Voko's speech. I enjoyed it. I found it to be very honest, objective, and with a lot of interesting data. You spoke about financial transparency. You also spoke about sanctions that are insignificant in Albania. And I have two questions regarding the topic you touched on. My first question is regarding accountability. So I wanted to ask, is there any other form of accountability apart from that fine that is less than 30 euros? For the political parties or for the candidates for declaring zero expense or for not submitting their financial reports when it's so clear that expenses for the electoral campaign were incurred. My second question is, how is the civil society reacting to this? Maybe it's sparking protests, or maybe the candidate and the party is slowly losing confidence and popularity among its citizens. Thanks.
Mulțumesc mult, Vasile.
Thank you, Vasile. Septimus, you have the floor.
We as a civil society organization have been working for quite a long time on monitoring campaign finance, and we both try to be constructive and critical, and I think we're critical in many cases, including 2024 elections. But I think two topics on which I want to raise the question to any of the panelists is related to the collaboration between institutions and maybe a constructive idea how to solve this thing. One would be very specifically related to the straw donors and the issue of the legality of the sources, because oftentimes we look on what money gets into the declarations, but probably it's a little bit more difficult to see exactly where the money comes from, including, okay, maybe you have a bank transfer, which is completely legit, but you have to look at the original source of the funding. And what we have seen, especially in Romania, looking into, for example, assets declarations, which will no longer be public due to the Constitutional Court, but we have seen donors who gave up to 100,000 euros to a party, although they didn't have the money. Or we have seen in the parliamentary elections candidates who gave 40,000 to the campaign, but they declared zero in their assets declaration. So my question would be, aside from the oversight body, which has limited powers to look into the entire source of the funding, how do you see the institutional collaborations here? I think here I'll be a little bit critical, because in Romania we have, personally, I have not seen yet a very good collaboration in this field, and I was curious maybe of course, Mr. Rada we've been talking about this for some while, but maybe if you have other ideas on how to improve this kind of tracking the original source of funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions, and like a quick round of responses. I think we will start with Christina.
Thank you for the questions. About the sanctions, yes, sanctions for the candidates and political parties are a little bit higher, but it depends also from what are the breaches, or for example, a large number of candidates from 90 that submitted, for example, in the last election, 53 of them, or 56, perhaps I'm wrong, had surpassed, for example, the limitation in cash donation in a single transfer that was more than around 500 euro. That is a limitation that you cannot have donation in cash. Still, for each of them were some sanctions, very limited. One, of course, the second, the commission is one thing, and then is the second level, which is composed by people that are elected by each of the political parties there. And many times all those sanctions that can be proposed by the commissioner himself, many times are dismissed by this other level, let's say, when the decision many times are taken politically. And that is a challenge. What can be done, for example, for me is unacceptable. We didn't have only candidates, but we had also electoral subjects, and the number of electoral subjects running is very small. So political parties that didn't submit the financial statement, they get a small fine and they continue. And they are able to run for the next elections and so on. So, or many times when finally, even by the auditing process that continue more than 1 year after the submission, we find some irregularities. Most of the time they are justified because, oh, you know, our financial officer was not very much customized or aware of this new database that we developed this year. So those fines are, again, like reduced or not paid at all. So for me, this is a major concern. Or for example, the fact that we raised to the CC before the auditing process, that by the financial statements, the ruling party doesn't even declare the payment of income taxes, was never taken into consideration nor looked at. That by any accountancy standard, it would be unacceptable. So there is a lot to do, and especially in relation to third-party regulation. Why third-party regulation? Because most of the cases when monitors or journalists, local observers had identified direct cases of, let's say, campaign activities being performed but not declared, in most of the cases, how to get away is to declare themselves as not as contributors, otherwise you had the obligation to include them in the statements as in-kind donation, but as third parties. The last example, it was in 2021, when by calculation we were able to calculate that only for the 30 days of campaign in the main TV station, the main political party has missed declaring 5.6 million euros of advertisement. And that was apart from what was declared. What happened? Political party got a small sanction. TV stations, which are not allowed to be contributors in the campaign by the electoral code, declared themselves as third party. So they aired the advertisement without political party being aware of that. So as third party, they didn't get sanctioned, nothing happened, they continued as usual. So we have to learn after each of these effects and have to adopt. And for me, something that we always discuss about campaign, another recommendation for me is that campaign analysis of the expenses for the campaigns cannot be seen separately from those yearly financial declaration. And many times what we have found out is that if we put them together, you will find even more irregularities. So that is about the reaction. No, there is no reaction from civil society. There are not even reaction from political parties toward each other. Why? And that was why I started my discussion with the level of informality. If you live in an economy and in a society when you have such a widespread informality, while we are ranked worst than Moldova throughout the year in Transparency International ranking, which means our trust toward the institution and our perceived corruption level, it seems that voters, civil society, etc., cannot be any more alliance in terms like to be reactive. This is unacceptable because unfortunately the overall situation is reflected also in the campaign. And because Albanians think that only that, I mean, they already believe that political parties and candidates spend a lot of money and they don't declare it. So it's whatever findings there are from journalists or CC. I mean, still it's, okay, only that. We know that it should be more, fortunately.
Thank you, Christine. Charles, did you want to add something?
Yes, I just wanted to respond briefly to the gentleman from Romania. I think, I mean, of course, on the collaboration between institutions, when it comes to financial intelligence units, it can be difficult because by definition, financial, I mean, depends from country to country, but they're very often from the intelligence fields. So it's a field where cooperation is, I mean, there are a lot of, how to say, precaution around collaboration. And also because the other issue is that very often what they found out cannot be used by the justice system directly. So I think here one important aspect is to find some civilian institutions or the justice system that, or the police who can investigate with the appropriate powers to do so. So that's the first idea, and it reminded me in a way of the TikTok case in Romania, because if I understand properly, the TikTok case, there was an investigation also from the intelligence service. So can you really base a decision on cancelling an election results based on an intelligence service report? I think that has been the case because you had no other institution that had the capabilities of the intelligence service to prove that. But so that's why I think it could be important to develop this kind of capabilities among the civilian institutions to identify manipulation and denounce them and eventually use what they prove injustice and so on. So I hope I responded to your question, but there's a last point I wanted to make in relation to that. It made me think about when you mentioned also the non-correlation between assets and political finance. I think there are more and more countries are also using artificial intelligence as a tool for fraud detection, because can draw into so many data sets and cross them together. You can identify the at-risk sectors, people, institutions. So perhaps that's also one way to be better equipped to identify the risks there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles. And maybe Mr. Rada wants to comment, answer the question.
Of course, gladly. I have so much to say, but unfortunately I can only say very little. The problematic is very complex. I would like to say that in 2021 we got access to a European program, the institution, through the department that I coordinate. And we wanted to see studies involving academia. We wanted to see what is happening in the EU and not only. And we have prepared a guide of good practices about financing and control of financing in different countries. And the aspects are, of course, very complex. And of course, everyone ideally would like to ensure adequate system. Democracy is based on fair elections, on independence from the funders, be it state or private funders. And we have developed some information programs so that political parties would add data related to revenues and costs. Everything should have been realistic. We are hoping to have a program, and our data need to be checked, but that would mean double work in accounting and in our forms. And the process of ensuring transparency will be substantially improved. And I would like to tell you that we try to work with all the institutions, including Meta, and there were favorable responses. We notified them, and you see, we had cases when we identified an account and we couldn't know who owned the account. And the account published ads. And in my previous intervention, I said that based on the decision of IP, it was very easy basically to get to the idea that the actor is important and the labeling is important. It was mandatory to actually have two codes, the code of the financial power of attorney holder. The payments in the campaign could only be declared through the accounts in question, and there should have been an account related to things that would help us counter online propaganda as well. And there was something related to publishing online materials, say something related to the law on sources, a range of information that actually helped us very much to identify propaganda. The materials did not comply with the requirements, and there was support for the Central Electoral Authority. They were supposed to remove the materials very quickly. And we were supposed to apply sanctions. We have applied 27 sanctions during the electoral campaign. And there are now teams that verify the campaign in presidential elections. Hopefully, we will be done by August, and definitely there will be sanctions there as well. By the way, the law on sanctioning political parties includes actions that could be sanctioned. And whenever we identify particular things, we include them. We do not include the report on revenues and costs here because if it's not submitted within 15 days after the elections, the mandate of the candidate would not be validated. The progress is significant. Of course, we cannot master everything. We could not include some of the things recommended by the EU, but we did achieve significant progress in identifying and countering illicit funding. And we are not alone in this. We have good cooperation with the banks, with the Ministry of Finance, with Septimius. And yes, there are donors, and they do make donations. And the control department does not allow us to check the revenues of the donors. Yes, salaries which are above 40 minimum salaries must be published in the official gazette. If there is no publication, then there are sanctions. And in the future, we may propose some legislation and the transactions may be forwarded to the authorities. We may check who is behind the donor who sent some kind of money. And, you know, I personally learned a lot of things from the Republic of Moldova. There are some things which are good. There are some things that need to be improved, of course. There is always room for improvement, so we should always get better whenever we can. Thank you, Mr. Adam. On this note of the need to cooperate in the future. And yes, we do have this shield against illicit funding in Moldova. Yes, thank you very much for participating. Thank you, panelists, and if you have additional questions, we can Hello, I believe we may start. We are slightly delayed already, so please take your seats. Thank you. Hello, dear participants, dear audience. I would like to thank the participants to the regional conference called Money, Security and Democracy, Protecting Democracy in Digital Era. At this conference, we can have fruitful discussions which are very useful to us as representatives of electoral authorities. Today we focus on practical solutions, and I have the honor to moderate session 5, regional peer exchange, practical approaches to political finance, transparency and oversight. And in this panel, we want a professional discussion between electoral authorities, representatives from other countries, and also representatives of civil society. Together, we will try to take practical lessons and adaptable models for the Republic of Moldova and for other countries that participate in this conference. We want to identify solutions meant to consolidate the capacity of authorities to prevent, identify, and detect and sanction abusive practices in political finance. This is one of the key elements of electoral competition, and if there is no sufficient regulation and no correct oversight, it may become a major source of corruption, inequality, and loss of public confidence. In today's session, we will try to understand how to build more transparent, more efficient, and more credible mechanisms of political finance. We will talk about the role of legal framework and about the capacity of the institutions to implement it. We will see how civil society can help, and we will analyze applicable lessons for the realities that we are facing. It is a wonderful opportunity of peer learning and exchange of experience. So let us start this dialogue with openness so that ultimately we can achieve our objective of ensuring integrity in political finance. The first speaker is Dr. Suad Arnautovic, member of CEC in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And before I offer the floor, I would like to ask a question. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, at the level of electoral authority, are there any instruments, digital instruments, to ensure transparency of campaign financing? Because in the Republic of Moldova, we have a digital instrument, and the implementation of that instrument was a major challenge for the political party and for the authority as well. Mr. Arnautovic, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of electoral management bodies, experts, dear friends, first of all, thanks so much for organizer to invite me and for giving the opportunity to share experience and lesson learned in the CEC of the Bosnia and Herzegovina. More than 20 years we have been implementing the law on financing political parties. During this long period of time, we have gained a wealth of experience. I hope that something may find it useful. Well, let me start. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, please next slide. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, local elections were held in October. In October 2024, political parties that submitted post-election financial reports to the Central Election Commission reported campaign expenditure totaling about 5 million euros. Such an amount of money spent by political parties in a small country like Bosnia clearly illustrates the significant role money plays in politics. Furthermore, the importance of money in politics in Bosnia and Herzegovina is highlighted by the fact that over the past 11 years, political parties have generated a total income about 152 million euros, with the largest share as much as 75% coming from the budget. On the next slide, we will see the largest presentation of budget revenues from 2004 to 2024. A total of 203 million euros was paid from the budgets of all levels of government in Bosnia and Herzegovina for the period 2004-2024. We observe a moderately increasing trend, especially after 2020. For example, budget allocations to political entities in 2021 were 70.8% higher compared to allocation in 2020. Regarding the legal framework, the election law of Bosnia and Herzegovina provides the basis for the oversight of political financing, but the key operational and financial provisions are more precisely regulated by the law on political party financing. In addition, there is the law on financing of political organizations of the Republika Srpska, which came into force on May 30, 2025, as well as the law on political parties financing from the budget of the Brčko district of Bosnia and Herzegovina, both of which should and must be harmonized with the law at the state level of Bosnia and Herzegovina. In 2005, the audit service was established to conduct oversight and audits of political party financing and election campaign financing. Currently, only 5 out of 8 positions are filled, as stipulated by the job classification system. On the slide, we see a schematic diagram where the unfilled positions are marked in red color. On the other hand, the number of political parties has been increasing year by year. When the audit department was established in 2005, the Central Election Commission had 70 political parties registered. 20 years later, 207 political parties are now registered with the Central Election Commission. The election law prescribes clear rules for separating funds used for election campaigns from the regular financing of political parties. Political parties and independent candidates wishing to participate in elections are required to open a special bank account for financing the election campaign. This table shows the cost structure of the election campaign for the 2022 general elections. The largest share consists of advertising expenses in print and electronic media, accounting for 34.12%. Unlike the 2022 general elections, the cost structure of the election campaign for the 2024 local elections is predominantly made up of expenses for printing and posting posters, which account for more than 1/3 of the total cost, 33.85%. However, advertising expenses in print and electronic media closely follow, comprising nearly 26% of the total election campaign costs. I would like to emphasize some points about the role of civil society and independent observers. The role of civil society and independent observers in Bosnia and Herzegovina regarding the oversight of political financing and the integrity of the electoral process is increasingly important, especially in the context of limited institutional capacities. Some of the key activities are shadow reporting, Transparency International Bosnia-Herzegovina analyzes media advertising, social media advertising, donor contributions, and billboard advertising in parallel with official audits generally pointing out irregularities. Investigative journalism, certain investigative media outlets use Transparency International database and their own research to expose undeclared advertisements, connections between donors and public procurement, and misuse of public resource. Regarding the civis monitoring, organizations like the coalition Pod Lupom conduct educational campaigns to help citizens understand how political parties are financed, why transparency is important, how to recognize abuses during campaigns, and engage and train observers who record irregularities at polling stations. Also, education and transparency, infographic, podcast episodes, and public panels explain how parties are financed and why donation limits matter, making complex financial data understandable to ordinary citizens. Regarding the practical implementations, challenges, the Central Election Commission faces a number of serious challenges in practice that limit effective oversight of the financing of political parties. Some of them are lack of capacity, delays and quality of reports, media advertising outside the system, third parties and gray zones, and online advertising and weak enforceability. For example, even when the CEC imposes sanctions, collecting fines remains difficult, especially in cases of deregistered parties or candidates no longer participating in election. And finally, this is my conclusion and future action. So at the end of the day, what we have to do? Based on past experiences and identified challenges, it is clear that effective oversight of political financing requires a systematic improvement approach encompassing several interrelated components. These are, first, strengthening internal capacities, especially the auditing service. Second, digitize campaign expense reporting with automated checks. Third, improve legal framework, especially for online advertising and third-party involvement. Fourth, enhance cooperation with media, tax authorities, and civil society. And finally, advocate for real-time transparency to enable campaign monitoring during the election, not only afterward. Thank you so much for your attention.
Vă mulțumesc foarte mult pentru această prezentare.
Thank you very much for this presentation and description. And apparently the difficulties that we are facing with here in Moldova and Bosnia and Herzegovina are very similar to each other, starting with limited capacity of specialized service within the CEC till third-party financing. In Moldova, we often face similar issues. Now, I would like to offer the floor to Chris Puleri, the head of section, Directorate of Electoral Subject Oversight, Functioning and Monitoring of the CEC of Albania. And I would like to ask to share Albania's experience as regards the oversight of political financing, in particular with regards to ensuring transparency of the CEC in this regard. Please.
Thank you. The financing of political parties is one of the main pillars of functional democratic states. In Albania, the transparency and regulation of political fundings, both during the calendar year and the election campaigns, remain key topic in the public and the institutional discourse. This presentation aims to analyze the source of funding, the legal framework, and the challenge related oversight of this. The Electoral Code of the Republic of Albania provides comprise advance funds from the state budget, incoming generation by the electoral subject itself, in accordance with the law, donation to the electoral subject and its candidates. The financial and material resource of political parties consists of membership fees, public funds, non-public funds, which are financial donation, in-kind donation, services, and sponsorships. The prohibition applies when the domestic legal entity or any of its shareholders have benefit from public funds contracts during the last 3 years, perform its activity in the field of media. It has been in partnership in various projects made possible through public funds, or has any kind of money obligation to the state or any public institution. The main point for financial reporting for election campaigns in Albania are political parties and candidates are obligated to report all campaign expenses and incomes. Reporting is done in the form of detailed financial statement, which are submitted to the Central Election Commission. Financial reports must be submitted with 60 days after the announcement to the final decision. After the submission of the financial reports, these reports are audited by legal auditors. In the end of the audit, a cross-check of the data from the political parties themselves with the audit reports and the reports of the field monitors, it's made, and the relevant decisions are made if there are any findings. During the campaign, parties must keep updating, recording all the financial transactions. Every year, the state budget forces a fund that serves as a public financial support for the performance of the annual activity of political parties. The fund is allocated according to the following rules. 70% according to the number of MPs won in the last parliamentary elections, 20% equal between parliamentary parties and parties that received over 10,000 votes in the last parliamentary election, 10% according to the percentage update between the political parties that participate in the last parliamentary election, and more than 1% at the national level. Financing of political parties is guided by the principle of transparency. Political parties submit financial reports one year to the CEC, which must contain detailed information, funding resource based on standardized format approving by CEC, subject content directly or indirectly with political parties or controlling by them, which are declared by the political parties itself. For the first time, reporting for the local election of 14th May 2023 were made in electoral platform that called the Electoral Platform for Financial Reporting, and they will continue to be reporting on this platform. This platform has undergone several changes and improvements, and we are currently waiting for the submission of campaign financial reports from political parties for the last election. Now some problems with the legal framework. Monitoring of writing, printing, online and social media is not foreseen. Arrangement for the third-party financing, regulation of the audit of the electoral entities is in a more efficient way, clearly defined section for each category provided by the electoral code in Albania. Thank you.
Mulțumesc. Încă o dată constatăm că avem practici și probleme și provocări.
Thank you. Once again, we can see that we have shared challenges and practices. So in Moldova, besides the activities on political financing and the financing of the election campaign, well, here we have a trustworthy partner, and I refer to Promolex. We have today Mariana Foksha from Promolex. But before offering her the floor, I'd like to ask which were specifically the contributions, or how did Promolex contribute to identifying illicit practices of financing of election campaign in Moldova? In particular, that we had two major election campaign in Moldova. Ms. Foksha, you have the floor. Thank you, Dana. We have rich experience in monitoring political and electoral financing. But first of all, a couple of words about Promolex. We are a not-for-profit organization focusing its activities on two main areas: human rights, including for our citizens from the Transnistrian region, as well as the monitoring of democratic processes in the Republic of Moldova. And we ensure in the process of monitoring, we have a very complex approach of the activities that we are carrying out. What I mean by that is that we are trying to cover as many aspects of political and electoral financing as possible, so as we can estimate the correctness and transparency of this financing in the political activities, but also elections which take place and roll out in Moldova. To make clear how this process looks like, yes, that's my presentation. So a couple of words about the activities carried out in the monitoring process. So first of all, we ensure the monitoring of all political parties, and this monitoring is done separately, both for the electoral period in case of electoral competitors, as well as outside of the political period for the political parties. And therefore we involve observers and monitors.
At local level included. And all political and electoral activities are being monitored for the sake of estimation of costs related to the activities. And later on, after the estimation, we will compare them to the costs reported by the parties and then estimate their transparency. The analysis of the legal framework involves analysis of draft laws and normative framework to identify deficiencies and propose improvements to the financing process and to improve its transparency. And we also try to see how fair and correct are the competitors. We conduct detailed analysis of the reports provided by the competitors and parties. We try to check how correct are the data. We are trying to see whether the data is complete.
We are also ensuring the oversight of the state authorities, which means that we are observing everything the CEC does in the process of oversight and control of the financing of political parties and the candidates, and the decision taken in this process, the sanctions that are applied, if they are commensurable with the violations. We also ensure the observance of other and oversight of other institutions involved in political investigations and electoral investigations: the Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, National Anti-Corruption Center, General Police Inspectorate. And we know that the information is less transparent with these institutions. However, we found a solution to identify as many details on these topics as possible. And besides monitoring state authorities, we also ensure the development of monitoring reports. So this is the final output of the monitoring process. So these reports provide the findings that we have throughout monitoring, as well as recommendations to improve the process, also for removing and for fixing the gaps. After the report is published, we make sure that the recommendations we follow up on the recommendations to make sure they are implemented, and we also raise awareness of the general public with regard to the findings identified in the financing process. So during monitoring, and you might think that we are repeating each other with the previous speakers. However, I'd like to highlight the main challenges that we have in the monitoring process. First of all, we shall refer to the under-regulation of the online environment. And here I would like to underline that the national framework is not enough, or it does not cover in a sufficient manner everything that is being done in the online environment, in particular with regard to political and electoral promotion. I would like to refer here to the engagement of political competitors and political candidates, the involvement of influencers, and this kind of promotion is not covered by the legal framework, and the transparency of such actions is not regulated, cannot be secured. To understand the scale of this phenomenon, I'd like to say that according to the competition committee, in their report on monitoring they have identified that online publicity is the most and that would be used for promotion purposes. It is clear that this area becomes a bigger and bigger risk from the perspective of political and electoral financing. Political and electoral financing by third parties has become another challenge. This has become visible in particular with regard to online promotion, where we have seen subjects which could not be identified, which from unidentifiable sources ensure political promotion of competitors without ensuring financial transparency in political and electoral financing. And that poses a big risk to the political processes in Moldova. Clientelism and electoral process is another challenge, and here we refer to illegal financing, electoral corruption, and misuse of administrative resources. This phenomenon has become broader scale lately, in particular with regard to vote buying or electoral corruption. And we would like to focus on political clientelism and electoral clientelism through IT. And in the context of previous election, we have seen the broad-scale use of digital platforms for electoral corruption of voters. And here we refer to Telegram and PSB, this banking app. In the context of elections in 2025, it seems we would have new challenge. And here we refer to the Taito app that was announced to be used by the Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. We don't know what it is yet and how it is used, and this is why these digital platforms are so dangerous for us. And it is more difficult to observe how political clientelism, political and electoral clientelism develops through these platforms. That's for us as national observers. Even if we know that this phenomenon is there, we do not know the scale of this phenomenon. Another challenge is outdated reporting instruments used by electoral bodies. And here I'd like to remind you that an information system, the information system financial control, was planned to be implemented since 2017, but it was delayed 3 years, and now, 5 years later, we realize that this informational system uses an outdated platform and cannot allow the publishing of the reports in an open format, and therefore we shall identify solutions for this challenge too. And the last challenge, which we believe is the most important, is the proactive engagement of the state's institutions in the implementation of the legal framework. Yesterday, during the event, we have mentioned that, and also today, we mentioned that the oversight of the political and electoral financing is not only the responsibility of the CEC, as it requires a prompt interinstitutional cooperation, a prompt and firm interinstitutional cooperation, so as it would be possible to efficiently ensure the transparency of political and electoral financing. That was all on my side. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Foksha. As I was saying earlier, any improvement by the state with regard to the oversight of the political financing is due to the good cooperation, including with the political various stakeholders. And as I understood, the issues are more or less shared with all the states. We need to see that there is a need for domestic and international experience when we want to improve the practices. Now I would like to offer the floor to Mr. Magnus Åhman, the IFES Senior Political Finance Advisor. And please share with us how to strengthen this role of oversight and if that leads to better confidence and better integrity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for being in this discussion. So in the interest of time, I'll focus on one topic. Almost all countries have an oversight institution, a government institution, public institution, legally mandated to oversee compliance with political finance regulations. And in every country on the planet, many institutions, domestic and international, have for years and years criticized that institution or institutions for carrying out what can be called superficial controls of the political party and campaign finance. It is often rightly claimed that these institutions do not control if reported donations actually originate with the reported source, if money laundering is taking place, or if foreign actors are involved in election campaigning. The concern here is that while I entirely share the frustration that these controls are not carrying out, directing that criticism against the primary oversight institution is often unlikely to be very helpful for two main reasons. The first is that the primary oversight institution often has a fairly narrow, legally defined mandate, mainly around ensuring transparency in party and campaign finance. They receive, they publish information. The controls that they are mandated to carry out are often fairly limited. The second reason is that public oversight institutions are unlikely to become the type of sleuths that we in civil society may want them to become, is that the staff in these institutions are civil servants. They are hired to carry out specific tasks. And going after what may seem suspicious is often against their formal specific work assignments, as well as their general work roles and their focus. There is also the issue of capacity. If you haven't done so recently, go and sit down in the office of the oversight institution in any country, if they allow you to. We're often talking about 3 people, 4 people, a dozen, a few dozen if you're lucky. But the main point I'm trying to make is not that we can solve the issue of control by increasing the capacity of the primary oversight institution. We need to do that in most countries, but that's not the solution. I'm also not saying that we can solve this issue by broadening the mandate of the primary oversight institution and say the Central Election Commission of Moldova should control everything that could happen regarding money and politics, to take one example. The point I'm making is related to our expectations regarding the role of different institutions in the area of money and politics. I think we need to think separately of the role of ensuring transparency around political finance on the one hand, and investigating and sanctioning serious violations connected to money and politics, like money laundering, large-scale illegal financing on the other. The work of ensuring transparency in political finance, receiving, reviewing, publishing financial reports in a user-friendly format is an essential part of ensuring transparency and building trust in electoral and democratic processes. There are massive areas for improvements in this field. Sam Nana pointed out some of those weaknesses yesterday. Christina sitting here talked about some of the gaps in Albania in this context in the last session. This work can, to a large extent, be carried out by one public institution, an election commission, anti-corruption bureau, state audit office, given that it has the necessary independence, powers and mandate, resources, and the political will to act. But the larger work of detecting and sanctioning crimes like money laundering, large-scale straw donor schemes, foreign interference, the involvement of illegal and criminal gangs in election campaigns, that's often way beyond the capacity of any one institution. And we need to draw on the specific expertise of different institutions. The primary political finance oversight institution has an important role to play, but they are not necessarily the ones that should coordinate this work. We need the involvement of institutions like financial intelligence units, national banks we heard of in the last session, police units specializing in financial crimes, tax authorities, prosecutors. And this requires the formalization of cooperation procedures that Elaine talked about in the last session. And in line with what Alex was saying yesterday morning, we need more people in uniform to be part of this work. That has its own issues, but that's for another panel. So only when that type of cooperation is achieved are we likely to see significant progress in the fight against criminal activities in money and politics. Thank you.
Thank you, Magnus, for those precious findings. They are very important for us as an institution. We do need good cooperation between state institutions every time. Now the floor goes to John Vrusci, Political Integrity Coordinator from Transparency International. And we would like to know how we could align with the international standards, considering the dynamic, the regional risks, like in the case of the Republic of Moldova, and most of all, resource limitations. Mr. Vrusci, you have the floor.
Thank you very much to the Central Election Commission of Moldova for inviting us as Transparency International here today. A couple of words on TI. So Transparency International is the global coalition against corruption. We have 113 chapters around the world, and political integrity, electoral integrity, specifically political finance, is one of our come at this from an anti-corruption perspective, and democracy is one of our values. We're not the traditional sort of democracy support players, although that's also a key sort of kind of byproduct of our work. And maybe a few, I'll go to my slides. Do we have slides? As the slides go up, hopefully, I would say a few words on the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which is the only legally binding international instrument that we have. There's 193 states parties that have signed up, that have ratified the convention. It's a legally binding instrument that all states parties have to follow. It was adopted in 2003, entered into force in 2005, which means that today we've had about 20 years of this legal instrument. In this 20 years of having this legal instrument, of course, a lot has changed. The nature of corruption has evolved, the nature of political competition has evolved, the nature of elections, much more digital campaigning, as we've said, and globalization has also made money much easier to flow around. So we also have illicit financial flows that are impacting elections, and also the geostrategic situation is different from what it was in 2003. And in about 20 years of having this instrument, there have been around 80 resolutions shedding more light on reinterpreting a lot of the articles and clauses, and not a single one of them has been on political finance integrity. So hopefully the slides can come up, but until then I will read out, thank you. The only article in the whole convention that mentions political finance transparency, and many of you will be very familiar with this, is Article 7.3, which I don't know if any of you could make it more vague if you tried. It first of all starts by saying, shall consider taking appropriate legislative and administrative measures consistent with the objectives of the convention and in accordance with the fundamental principles of its domestic law, to enhance transparency in the funding of candidatures for elected public office, and where applicable, the funding of political parties. So it's extremely vague, it gives very little detail, it makes it very optional. We recently had a chance to look at the travail préparatoire of the convention, which includes all the discussions that went into it, and it was much more robust in the beginning. It had a lot of provisions around limits, around the level of disclosure that would be necessary. But as a political sort of negotiation, it got diluted to what we see here. And I'd like to take a step back and look at a few of the challenges that have been discussed or brought up in the last day and a half. We've heard a lot about, I'd like to cite Vladimir from yesterday. He said it's nice to do all these extras, but we need to secure the basics, the reporting, the disclosure. Previously, Christina also spoke about, the most basic things missing, like a winning mayor candidate not reporting any expenditure in her country. Eliane talked about inadequate resources, lack of investigative bodies, and Charles gave us this interesting statistic that half of OECD countries do not have an independent oversight body. I mean, if half of OECD countries do not have an independent oversight body, then I don't know what it looks like for the rest of the world. Maybe we can look at the IDEA database for that. Further points from this panel include third parties and the regulation of third parties, and Magnus has spoken very eloquently about the cooperation needed between the different agencies. So if we think about all of these challenges and we see our only international standard, it really doesn't live up to the magnitude of the challenges. So, and that's why, as Transparency International, together with IFES, IDEA, and a few other partners, we have been working for the last at least 2 or 3 years, although the origins of this work are older than that, to see a resolution on political finance transparency at the upcoming Conference of States Parties in Doha. I'll mention a few of the elements or a little bit of the origin of some of this work. Some of the people in the audience were actually in this meeting in 2019, an expert group meeting which was held in Prague. And that expert group meeting came up with a few recommendations in relation to the UNCAC convention, to strengthen a little bit this very vague and weak framework that existed. The key points there are on political finance, on accounts. There's provisions around bookkeeping, reporting, disclosure, on sources of donations. There's recommendations to restrict or to prohibit state-owned donations from state-owned companies, from foreign companies. If donations from legal entities are allowed, then at least they need to declare their beneficial owners, or they need to not be contractors of the state. There's some recommendations on third parties who don't participate directly in elections, but campaign in favor of against a political party or a contestant. And then finally, loans. Other points include oversight, including by the oversight agency, but also distributing the oversight responsibilities also with CSOs, with media, and of course with the prosecution services. And then of course points on sanctions, that they need to be dissuasive and proportionate. Maybe just one anecdote I saw recently in an election of a country of our region, where one instance of an abuse of state resources from the head of the parliament was sanctioned with a fine of around 10 euros. I won't say the currency because I will say which country that was. But and then the Commission of Appeals and Sanctions actually said that even that is too much. So they didn't even have to pay the 10 euros fine. So sanctions have to be proportionate and dissuasive, and they have to make sense. And on the scope at the time, we were keen to make sure that it included referenda and intra-party elections as well. I mean, in the case of New York, for example, we saw that the Democratic primary is the actual election. So sorry to take us so far away from our region here, but sometimes it's good to look at other parts of the world. So this was the Prague principles, but it's a set of recommendations. It has no real legal standing. So about 3 years ago, we were sitting on the margins of the International Anti-Corruption Conference in DC, and we thought the next logical step would be to take these Prague principles and turn them, or work with states parties of the convention to turn them into a resolution. And the last Conference of States Parties took place in Atlanta in the US. And around 100 organizations, including many of ours, of yours, signed up this call to the states parties of the UN Convention Against Corruption to enhance transparency of political finance. And these are the five key asks that we had made, which more or less align with the Prague principles that I mentioned before. So closing loopholes for illicit funds, meaning anonymous donations, foreign donations, restricted donations from legal entities who might be state contractors, and so on. The very important point of introducing digital reporting and disclosure systems, improving oversight and accountability, promotion of knowledge, civic engagement, and public participation, and then finally the cooperation point, not just domestic but also international. The good news is that we're almost there. It took us 3 years, but we're almost there. We finally have a confirmed state party of the UN Convention Against Corruption that has confirmed that they will sponsor a resolution. That is Norway. I saw that there was representatives from Norway as well yesterday. If they're still in the room, I'd love to talk to them. So Norway has already confirmed that they will propose a resolution. We've seen some drafts. They're looking very good. Also based on the Prague principles and on the points that are here. So to give a bit more life and to beef up a bit Article 7.3. But this cannot be done by one country. It's such a polarizing topic. It needs it needs a team. So for that, we think that it would be still very beneficial to have a group of states parties, maybe from other regions of the world that are not Western Europe or Northern Europe in this case. So we're talking to other governments, and this is also an appeal for colleagues here in the room. If you're with a central election commission, or if you work with the executive branch, or if you're in the parliament, consider when you go back home telling your colleagues about this initiative and seeing if your country could support at the Conference of States Parties, which is taking place in Doha, in Qatar, in December. Usually people do the why first, so why having a resolution. I'm doing it last because I wanted to end with this call for call to action here in the room. So one of the reasons why it would be great to have a UNCAC resolution is that it would be the first global set of standards universally agreed that could then bring to the second point, which is a lot of agenda setting power. Having this instrument passed, having this resolution passed, could give momentum to domestic reform and to regional reform in a lot of countries. So we hope that trickle down would happen. More practically speaking, it could trigger a lot of technical assistance requests between peer countries, but also from the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. So if you're from a Central Election Commission and you'd like some support, this is something that could be helpful. And then finally, international cooperation. This is a transnational issue. We've realized there's so much like flows of money across borders, and it cannot be tackled by any single country. Thinking over the last day and a half, I could kind of like categorize a lot of the challenges being either challenges of political will, so there's no political will to pass better laws and legislation, but a lot of them are technical. A lot of the colleagues here spoke about things like the inability to check certain things, the lack of interoperability of data sets, things that, if we had capacities, we would do a bit better. And those are maybe the things that don't require so much, swimming against the current and just working with what we have. And yeah, I really believe that having a resolution on political finance transparency at the next COSP would support, especially with the technical assistance side of things. So before I conclude, I just want to give a few dates. So in September, first week of September, there will be the next meeting of what's called the Implementation Review Group of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC. There, hopefully, we will see an announcement made, and then between September and December, states parties will have the ability to participate in informal negotiations. That is the chance to get your government involved, make sure that they're in Vienna for the negotiations. If there's any interesting, progressive, good clauses, good experiences, best practice from your country that you want to see shown at the international level, that time between September and December will be it. So I'm very happy to talk more about this at the break. Yeah, thank you very much.
Mulțumim foarte mult pentru această prezentare.
Thank you for the presentation, and indeed the existence of a shared resolution that would be there thanks to a cooperation among various interested states would be really useful for the Republic of Moldova as a state. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Blair Hoxha, the Program Manager of Western Balkans International IDEA. Please share with us if, on the basis of your activities, you can tell us which are the most promising models of political financing oversight that could be applied in the context of EU neighborhood.
Yes, thank you very much for having me in this distinguished panel. It's a pleasure to to complete the picture that initiated yesterday with Eastern Europe, to add on the framework of the Western Balkans, I have to say we have the pleasure of cooperating with many of the election management bodies, civil society partners in the room today on some of the traditional, improvements, support, digitalization of political finance reporting and disclosure capacities, etc. But I'd like to focus my word more on the key topic of this overall event, that is digital campaigning, and perhaps completing the picture by first touching upon some trends that we see across the region. They were already mentioned by the expertise in the panel, but and then moving on to the main experiences. Now, of course, similarly to other, to Eastern Europe, Moldova, Ukraine, all the accession, I call them all accession countries, basically, for the similarity of the challenges. Needless to say, there is indeed a true challenge with regulation. It was, I don't think we can mention it enough times, the struggle to keep up with fast-paced developments, technology, means, sophistication of methods of illicit financing, and that and the security challenges that brings along. That is true unfortunately, for the Western Balkans as well. So, largely unregulated digital sphere, the lack of proper definition of third parties, of proper mandates, competencies for oversight agents. I think it was all said enough, and it applies to the Western Balkans as well. But what I see as additional, if you wish, concern into additional from what was mentioned in the regulation is the issue of adding on or applying to these new complex phenomena some of the long-standing carried over issues and challenges with political finance oversight. If you wish, these old patterns that we see moving to the digital sphere. First and foremost, the challenge of capacities. This was also largely mentioned. So, often formal exercises, limited capacities, with outdated timelines that cannot keep up with the traditional electoral process, let alone the pace of campaigns. And when I say keep up, I mean, for the oversight body to actually be able to either prevent or react in time for the voter to make an informed decision. And this is, in the current landscape, quite out of question, I would say, sadly. But also, and it was touched a little bit by the colleague of Promolex, the issue of misuse of public administration resources, long-standing issue in the most traditional ways of campaigning across the Balkans, but we also see this now moving in the digital sphere. We saw throughout this year instances of online campaigning where public profile of official institutional pages are being funded for campaign purposes with public money. So it's an old traditional issue of misuse of administration resources purely transferred into the new digital, ways of campaigning. We see instances of that. Complex, extremely complex relationship in the triangle between oversight agencies, political parties, and media. Very much a problem across the region. We see instances where online media, now moving again, taking the traditional issues into the digital sphere, we have in the Western Balkans instances of online portals proliferating in large numbers around electoral campaigns, electoral management bodies that are assigned to pay them through public funding, but without being able to conduct any proper process on, media ownership, affiliation to political parties, and as ODIHR reports actually have pointed out, these are sometimes actual ways to channel, financing to certain political parties. So again, again, this triangle has now, the complexity of this has moved in the Balkans, also in the digital campaigning sphere and online media sphere. But in the bigger picture of things, I want to point at also two other major longer-term challenges that I see, and I think one of the colleagues already hinted on the case of Moldova yesterday already on this, but it's very true for the Western Balkans as well. The alienation of political actors, political parties in all of this, the estrangements, they have they are players in two key ways. Well, first, because, you know, them and the groups, the interests that stand next to them are very much the cause of any unethical or, you know, bring along non-transparent behavior. So they are the root source, you know, of this, of the problem that we are here to discuss. But they are also the solution, ironically, right? Because then they sit in parliament, and so they write laws, they write, you know, all these legislations and reforms that have unfortunately carried over ODIHR and civil society media long-standing recommendations that remain unaddressed across the region. And lastly, in terms of trends and issues, I also want to point out the societal alienation. Assuming that these, you know, we help oversight bodies to improve their oversight, their capacities, assuming that watchdogs partnering with EMBs, that everybody, assuming that they are able to, you know, to shed light, to expose cases, to which they've been doing, by the way, across the region quite a bit. Will voters take action? I mean, do societies have enough, you know, societal emancipation to really change behavior, to sort of punish a political actor so that nobody would think again of you know, engaging in illicit funding or unethical, non-transparent behavior? Big question mark there, right, for our societies and the preparedness. So, and this is, I think, the longer term challenge, because yesterday there were, you know, a couple of quotes of EU perspectives, mostly on polls, how, you know, citizens perceive finance, where should that head, transparency and all of that. There's not enough, at least, no meaningful engagement in the Western Balkans, at least on, you know, with citizens, with groups, on gauging their thoughts, their opinions, but also educating them, you know, to be a bit more sensitive. And I think that is the real longer term challenge, and where the change should come from. But it's not all gloomy, right? This was more in terms of what I see as concerning trends. Now, there's also hints and sparks of good work out there, and in this I want to first acknowledge, you know, the very own role of election management bodies, oversight agencies, because what I see very clearly across the region is that even the limited work that is being done, it's because the EMBs, the CCs are taking, you know, using their limited entry points, you know, to take on, to issue bylaws, orders, guidance, you know, they're trying to do their best to expand their role and gain some oversight. None of them has been offered a proper body, solid body of legislation and competences and clear mandates, and here you go and oversee. It's them finding the entry points and being here actually to you know, share experiences, learn, support each other. So that's the first. I haven't seen as many events with parliamentarians tackling the issue, I have to say, you know, among accession countries. So I think EMBs deserve recognition into trying to do their job and use the entry points to the best of their, you know, competence and legal mandates. And secondly, because this is also about the role of civil society, I want to highlight some recent work that we at IDEA have done with the CC Albania, but also with civil society jointly, and NDI, which I understand is not here, but is an important partner for us. together with the CC and civil society and NDI, we introduced ahead of the Albania elections a code of conduct on digital campaigning for political parties, very much drawn from the experience of European Parliament with the Commission that we did the same experience, had all the political parties sign, and there we had 10 major and new Albanian political parties proactively take some commitments on ethical campaigning, financial transparency and fighting disinformation and whatnot proactively. Now, the code is a soft tool. I know the immediate reaction in our area of the world is, oh, but this has no sanctions, this is not law, this is... What I like about it, and I think it has yielded in our joint work some results, is a few things. I mean, first of all, because by virtue of having the political parties take this commitment, it transfers, the burden of behaving ethically and transparency. It put them, on the spotlight of taking some sort, doing something about this. And secondly, because I think that in the lack of proper legislation, it provided a good framework for the CC to monitor and a good framework for civil society to monitor and hold parties accountable. And we did some monitoring as well on that. And thirdly, because it can, if it's based on EU principles, it can help, it can become tomorrow the backbone of legislation. So what we did then is that Bern, actually, not us, but with our support, they monitored the compliance to the code of conduct. We'd be happy to share. There's plenty of interesting data and findings and recommendations. The credit goes all to Bern for all the hard work. But of course, we did find a lot of infractions, paying political ads during electoral silence, non-declared spending, chatbots being paid even from abroad, and all sorts of infringements, third-party, large number of third-party role and so on. So we'd be happy to share that work. But I wanted to highlight it as a good example of where, of cooperation with CC, with civil society, where all actors can keep their eyes and ears open and inform each other through data, through research, and build the backbone of how to trace these these items. I want to, at the risk this is my last minute, at the risk of competing with Jon's agenda for the UN resolution, I just wanted to end with the EU prospect of accession for our countries. We are, of course, exposed to huge risks because of geography, where we are, in our integrity and the interference and illicit financing. But we are also blessed because we aim to join the European Union. And the European Union is a standard setter on all of these items through the DSA, Political Advertisement Act, and all of sorts of legislation to which we can and should aspire to tag along and improve and gain oversight of this. So, and with this, I think also the EU can help our countries with capacities, with more inclusion, with more schemes, support, and us, of course, to align more. And I think the time is now for that. Thank you.
Mulțumim foarte mult, Blerta, pentru aceste...
Thank you, Blerta, for these conclusions. And thank you very much for highlighting the fact that when we talk about the control of political party financing, and particularly about the financing, we do not have a specific predefined mandate, and such conferences and roundtables and discussions among us are always welcome. Or, besides internal cooperation, we need exchanges with other countries, because we learn how to do things on the go, and it is necessary to work on in various directions. And voter education is very important, especially and including the awareness raising at the societal level. Thank you very much for your speeches, and please, the audience, even if we are a little bit behind the agenda, I encourage you to ask at least a couple of questions. Thank you. I am Pleshka Vasily and I work at the CEC of Moldova, and I would like to ask two questions to Ms. Foksha. First of all, I believe that what Promolex does is very important in a rule of law condition. However, all the reports, all the findings that you draft are recommendations, so they don't have teeth, just like laws have. And we know that the assessments and observations that you have are based on researches, analysis, statistics. So it's a big extent of truth and a minimum margin of error. However, these recommendations might be ignored for a number of years. Now, my question is, what mechanisms, what means, methods do you have so that at least a part of these recommendations are implemented in a consistent manner? And if you believe that it would be good to have a law that would make the authorities so that a minimum of recommendations is implemented. Or maybe there is already such a mechanism. Thank you. Let us take all questions and then we'll try to answer them. Yes, please.
Perhaps a direct question, but more of the comment that I had also during some of the panels yesterday about a possible collaboration with other rule of law authorities or law enforcement authorities and state authorities. As we know, especially in this region, there are no solutions that fit all the countries. So especially in countries when my colleague, for example, mentioned yesterday, like in Georgia and Belarus, etc., but even in the Western Balkan, we should be very careful in having or applying same recommendation for institutions that are very, very highly perceived as politically controlled and used to be directly involved in election and election monitoring or further transparency on candidates, etc. And we can draw only some lesson learned from the last election and the joint task force in Albania, when there is a lot of debate if the police or even prosecutor, at least allegation, were used or misused toward the opposition in comparison with the candidates of the leading parties. So it was just more as a comment that we have to take into consideration in each country. The independence of institutions, even of judiciary or law enforcement, it's not guaranteed everywhere.
Sunt întrebări?
Any further questions, please, from the audience? If not, please, Ms. Foksha, answer first Mr. Pleshka's questions. Well, first of all, thank you for the high appreciation of our activities and what we do. And I'd like to say that yes, very many recommendations that we have put forward in the process of monitoring electoral campaigns and the activities of the political parties have been implemented in the legal framework. However, we need to emphasize here that the implementation of the recommendations that we make depends very much on the political will of the parties, of the ruling parties, those holding majority in the state institutions. First of all, I'd like to say that our recommendations are always drafted depending on the provisions of the international standards as well as the realities of the Republic of Moldova. Therefore, we would put forward recommendations that could be implemented at the domestic level and be efficient. We are ensuring this shadow monitoring, shadow oversight in parallel with the state institutions, and we have a separate opinion on how the state institutions oversee the political financing. Therefore, I don't think that a separate law is needed to say that the recommendations of the civil society organizations would be mandatory. That would be a huge risk, because we know that the civil society as a rule should ensure integrity and objective opinions. In fact, the reality is different when we can have organizations that would represent the interests of certain political subjects and would make recommendations that are not welcome and which could jeopardize the transparency and the correctness of political and electoral financing. Thank you, Ms. Foksha. Please, the panelists, do you want to reflect on the second part, the second finding?
Thank you very much, and I entirely agree. This is a potentially sensitive issues, and there may be scenarios where we do not want certain institutions involved. As a general principle, though, the starting point should be to have better coordination rather than more or less coordination. So coordination with institutions based on rule of law. But I should stress then what we are talking about when involving law enforcement, we are talking about acting against serious crimes, not about the political party failed to submit Form F26, right? That's a different story. That has nothing to do with law enforcement. And sanctions, in taking into account sanctions, we need to consider, as ODIHR points out in its guidelines on political party regulation, International IDEA and others are emphasizing, sanctions must not jeopardize political freedoms and freedom of association. So it's important to bear that in mind. We need law enforcement to deal with the really bad stuff, but not when it comes to things that involves freedom of association and elections.
Thank you. I'll use this to, yeah. I'll use this to re-emphasize my point on approximating to the EU, frameworks, and because I think I can hear a bit, Christine, knowing also the developments, in the region. I hear a little bit of a concern on, when you go into regulating online media, third parties, limiting, content, etc., etc. It's a difficult balance to strike, between the need to oversee and prevent illicit behavior, foreign interference, all sorts of dangers and manipulation, and the need to still preserve, freedom of expression, of media, of internet, and that is why I would emphasize that the EU, again, we are lucky that we are all EU accession countries and have a commitment to approximate, because the EU is a global standard setter on this, and it does so. It has managed, it's trying at least, to stay on top of these fast-paced developments at the same time, without compromising its underpinning foundational values of freedom and fundamental rights. So in a way, the job is easy, right? Well, not so easy, of course, because it's complex, requires capacities, adaptation, modernization, etc. But the frame, the model is there. So I would just emphasize that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the panelists. Anyone, anything to add?
Regarding the cooperation, electoral management bodies and with the state agencies, the so-called horizontal cooperation, I would like to stress experience for Bosnia and Herzegovina in accordance with the law on political parties. Financing, the Central Election Commission is obliged to report any suspicion of criminal offenses related to financing of political parties and campaigning to the competent authorities. Namely, we must to send report to competent prosecutors' offices. After that, to state investigation and protection agency. This is so-called SIPA. This is law enforcement and state level in Bosnia. Also, we send our report to the competent police departments or entity levels or regional, cantonal cities or so on, and competent tax administration and also competent audit offices of Bosnia-Herzegovina state institutions. This is our experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Would you like to add? Yeah.
Very briefly on that, on the point from Christina, that there can be abuse of resources or abuse of state power in this case. It's not so much resources, but power. And I just want to refer to, we had this interesting exercise last year, Transparency International, with the very generous support of a lot of our organizations who are here. We put together our global standards for integrity in political finance. With a lot of consultation from many people here in the room. And one of there's 6 principles. Principle 5 is on abuse of state resources. And it was very important to us to include the topic of abuse of state resources within the umbrella of political finance, because often it's not seen as, okay, there is no actual financing happening, but it does impact on the playing field. And one of the recommendations we have there, we start with a typical sort of abuse of state vehicles and rooms and stadia and offices and so on, abuse of state media. But the 4th point that we have there is abuse of security and armed forces and anything that has to do with the state's monopoly on violence. That is something we've seen in a lot of countries being abused, selectively used against opposition candidates. And one of the recommendations we would give there is to ensure that the legal framework sanctions such behavior. If ever a prosecutor or a police officer or anyone is participating in this sort of selective use of policing the elections or kind of applying the law, then there should also be sanctions there and aggravated circumstances and so on. I'm not a lawyer, but something.
Thank you very much. I think that this panel is over here, and so we will have many conclusions as a result of this panel. Now, I would like to invite everybody for a lunch break. Thanks for your participation.
of revenge, we're going for an all-female panel today. Trying to balance the one of the other day on cryptocurrency that was all male. So, okay, I think we're complete. Madam Chair, you could also sit here if you want, but if you're better there, that's okay. Welcome to this concluding remarks session. It's been a long, intensive, and very rich 2 days of events, but I promise this is really the closing, and we will try to keep interventions short so that we might also give you a chance for any of you who might like to ask any questions. We have come to the third edition of this conference, starting with the first one in the Mimi Castle to the Republican Palace, and now this new modern conference facility. And I talk 3 that have taken place in Moldova because I understand that there has been a process prior to Moldova taking ownership of this conference, which was a couple of events, similar events that took place in Georgia. And in this process, there has been significant progress from one conference to the other. And what used to be a mostly national dialogue has now turned into a true, wide regional platform for exchange of ideas on challenges and how to overcome them. We all have been listening from the discussions and interventions over the past 2 days. The challenges are significant, but so is the determination of the countries in the region and beyond to tackle those challenges and to promote to defend the electoral integrity through cooperation, innovation, and transparency. The conference has not only provided a platform for exchange of knowledge, but at the same time, as I said, it has reaffirmed the collective commitment. Do you hear me better? To reaffirm the collective commitment of the region to uphold and defend democracy against the threats that are constantly evolving and emerging. We have examined the multifaceted and growing challenges posed by illicit financing, digital disruption, and foreign interference, issues that do not merely threaten the fairness of elections, but also test the resilience of democratic institutions. These threats take particular importance in the context of the country where the conference is held, because we have got Moldova's upcoming parliamentary elections, which officially begins on the 14th of July, I understand. What makes this conference particularly valuable, I believe, in my personal opinion at least, is the diversity of the voices and the expertise that we have been listening to during those 2 days. From the leadership of electoral management bodies and regulatory authorities to the inside of investigative journalism, so we have another one speaking in this panel, academic experts and anti-corruption practitioners. And each contribution has reached our knowledge, understanding of what is at stake and what can be done to ensure transparent, accountable, and secure electoral processes in the digital age. Without any further delay, I would like to move now to the members, distinguished members of this panel, and I would like to start with Ms. Camilla Halvorsdatter Kolshus, Head of Office of the Norwegian Embassy in Moldova, who brings here extensive experience in diplomacy and development cooperation. We look forward to her valuable insights on the role of international partnerships and diplomatic support in reinforcing transparency and integrity in an age of digital disruption. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, thank you very much for this opportunity to offer a few final reflections as we close this important conference on money, security, and democracy. Over the past 2 days, you have unpacked some of the most pressing issues facing democracies today. How money flows through politics, like water through cracks, I think one speaker put it. How it shapes institutions, how it, if left unchecked, can erode the very foundations of public trust. And these issues are not theoretical. They are about power, accountability, and the future of democratic resilience. And they are just as relevant here in Chisinau, Bucharest, Tallinn, as they are in Oslo, Norway. In Norway, we have long experience with regulating political party financing. It is overwhelmingly public, and there is a very high degree of transparency. But that has not made us immune against challenges. But it has fostered a political culture where citizens trust, expect, and demand openness. And that expectation has become one of our strongest democratic assets. It is part of our political culture. In May this year, we had a small, quite unknown political party in Norway who had a massive and expensive media campaign in our subways. And the first question very many people asked was, who is this? Which party is this? But very quickly, the second question came, who paid for this? And people wanted to know who had paid for this very expensive campaign. And we have a website in Norway where you can go and look about the donations that the political parties have received. And people checked, and there was only one tiny donation there. So the media and people, they continued digging. And one of the reasons people were a bit suspicious was that some of the content on these billboards could be interpreted as being quite pro-Russian. And Norway, as many of you know, has a border in the north to Russia. And we too, like the Republic of Moldova, are targeted by malign actors who are trying to undermine the trust in our political institutions. And we too have a parliamentary election in September this year. So, after some digging, it turned out that it was a Norwegian millionaire with business interests in Russia who was the donor behind this media campaign. And this had not been reported, but it turned up on this website some days later. So transparency is extremely important. But, however, it is not just about publishing these numbers on the website. It's also about having clarity in rules, consistent oversight and enforcement, and real consequences when boundaries are crossed. These are lessons that we have learned also in Norway through years of reform and reflection. And we are still learning. Just a few weeks ago, our parliament passed changes to our law regarding political parties. Up until now, parties could not receive money from anonymous donors, but they could receive donations channeled through third parties like NGOs or fundraising platforms without asking where they had got the money from. And that was a challenge in our elections in 2021 and 2023. So they had to have this legal crack fixed, and that is now done. And I think that we could also learn from experts and experiences from people here in the room, because I think it's quite clear that we in Norway, we have been quite naive about the threats and how malign actors work. I also want to say that the Republic of Moldova is now at a critical juncture. With the European path on the horizon and democratic institutions under pressure from both internal and external threats, the role of money in politics has never been more crucial. Norway supports Moldova's European journey, even though we are not an EU member ourselves, and we are partnering with Moldova in several areas, including in the area of energy resilience, fighting disinformation, and strengthening democratic resilience. Votul tau nu se vinde. This was an attempt in Romanian to say, your vote is not for sale. It is a quote from a Facebook post made by Promolex. To prevent electoral corruption and encourage free and fair elections, Promolex is conducting an information campaign throughout the country with an emphasis on recognizing and combating voter corruption, the second big challenge in money in politics, besides illicit party financing. They have talked to many different target groups, used many different channels, face-to-face, but also went on TV shows, and this is done within the project Strengthening Democratic Resilience in Moldova, the project that is implemented by Sky and his team in the UNDP. Informed civic participation is key to our success, And media also plays a very important role, such as ZDG. And I'm really pleased that Alina is joining the panel today, and I'm really interested in hearing her reflections. And I've also seen articles and videos that ZDG have made about this issue, trying to reach out to people to explain what is at stake. And I also want to congratulate ZDG with the prestigious and well-deserved journalistic prize that was mentioned yesterday. So these 2 days, we've heard about cryptocurrency, media capture, illicit financial flows, how they can be weaponized to weaken trust, influence elections, and tilt the playing field. But we've also heard about the impressive efforts underway in Moldova and in the region by public authorities, by civil society, by journalists to push for integrity, to safeguard transparency, and to build systems that serve the public interest. You are using new tools and practices to effectively counter the threats I mentioned. Progress is possible, and even small steps, when taken consistently and collectively, can shift the culture of politics. And therein lies hope. And like water and money, hope and light has the ability to find its way through cracks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kolsus, for this interesting intervention, for taking us through the democratic tradition of Norway, where it's not just investigative journalists or NGOs that go after the money or the financing of political parties, but the citizens themselves. That's an important key takeaway, that the people are entitled actually to know about who they are voting for. So very important. And I noted down a couple of keywords from your intervention, which I would sum up as transparency, clarity, consistency, and most important, or equally important, accountability, holding accountable those that really break the rules. So thank you very much for all that. I will now move on to the next speaker, Megan Fitzgerald, who is the head of election department at the OSCE. Very honored to have you with us, Megan. You oversee the election observation and assistance efforts across the OSCE region, and you are a true leader in addressing digital threats and hybrid interference. Therefore, you are a voice, a key voice, I would say, in the defense of electoral integrity across Eastern Europe and beyond. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm really grateful to the Central Election Commission and to colleagues from partner organizations for involving ODIHR in these discussions, and I'm honored to be on this panel, this closing session. Actually, a quick remark, I was just recently in Norway for ODIHR's needs assessment mission, and these issues about donations and sources of donations and the recent legislative changes are issues that ODIHR will be looking at when assessing the Norwegian elections as well. I feel conferences like this, where we gather a wide range of perspectives, naturally spark a lot of thinking on how we can each improve our practices. But taking the next step, which is the subject of the closing session, and following through on these ideas is a lot harder. It's especially hard where it requires legislative reform that may be dictated by political priorities or challenges in reaching political agreements. And also, it's difficult to achieve this within election timelines as well. And as Blerte mentioned in the last session, it's difficult when we don't involve the lawmakers themselves in the discussions. So maybe that could be one main takeaway we have, is how do we bring these discussions also to the lawmakers that will be instrumental in making these legislative changes. When we talk about legislative reform, I think we should, as I just mentioned, we should first acknowledge that getting the proper legislation in place is not in the hands of those of us in this room. And it's often driven by the urgent needs to address real issues and threats to the election process. Unfortunately, this often means that legislation is adapted quickly and doesn't benefit fully from a thorough consultation process. And that would lead to finding solutions that work in practice. This is the reality. ODIHR's work on legislative assistance clearly shows that laws, in particular legislation related to elections and political parties, are being adopted much more quickly than in the past, and often through expedited procedures. This is true across the OSCE region and a broad range of states. ODIHR tries to assist in these cases through its legal opinions and assistance. Perfect legislation, on the other hand, that aims to provide a well and thoroughly thought out design of oversight is worthless without simultaneous efforts to build the capacity and properly resource the body that will be conducting the oversight, EMBs or other bodies in other countries. The most common finding across OSCE countries in the OSCE region is that even where the law does provide a clear mandate for oversight, it is not explicitly providing a mandate for investigative authority or proper monitoring authority of campaign finances. And the authority and body charged to do this is not resourced adequately to fulfill this mandate. We do, as Magnus mentioned in the last session, we do comment and criticize where oversight bodies are not fully mandated to serve on a proper and thorough oversight role. However, we direct our criticism to the legislator, not to the oversight body in that regards, because it's in their hands. We also do see a need, as was discussed in the last session, to involve other institutions. In fact, one main conclusion I am taking away from the discussions over the last couple of days is that addressing the use of illicit financing, increased threats related to the online campaign, and foreign interference requires greater involvement of institutions, law enforcement, and intelligence services, or other authorities, as mentioned previously, like tax authorities and banks. However, my conclusion is that these structures understandably have different expectations or understanding of information sharing and transparency. And they are not just frankly used to as election management bodies are to sharing this information with different stakeholders in the process, including observers. And so there will be some learning curve in that respect as well. This impacts what can be shared with the public and what can be observed by international and citizen observers. And it will take some time to adjust. An underlining theme of the discussions over the last 2 days has been the movement of elections to the online space in many regards. Some consistent issues we have seen in the countries across the OSCE region where we observe, and some recommendations we have made to consider in reforms include that there is a general lack of explicit regulation of the campaign online. That includes spending online. The general lack of regulation of third-party spending, which we see in terms of the traditional campaign as well, is exacerbated online. Efforts to create institutional mechanisms, which are expanding at a very quick rate for overseeing online activities, have resulted in a proliferation of structures that often lack coordination and communication with each other. Where there are issues or complaints, it's often not clear who and how to address those complaints too. And a lack of information on what is done with the complaints, what is the follow-through. Overall, insufficient information is provided to the public on what steps are taken to build public trust. These are some of the findings we've seen from our recent observations, in particular this past spring and from last year, the super year of elections. But I think it's important to note the range of countries where we do observe and where these findings come from. This spring alone, we observed in 5 countries, 4 of which were EU member states, and plus Albania, which we heard from multiple stakeholders there about the issues that faced there. In the EU countries, we observed in Germany and Romania and Poland and Portugal, and touched on these issues in all those countries as well. So for ODIHR, we need to be more clear on how we explain how we look at these issues and what the real value of our comprehensive approach across all aspects of our analysis can provide to the states. And it's really in how we assess the state's preparedness and the effectiveness of their actions and the steps that they take, as well as the structures that they put in place. So that is really where the focus of ODIHR's work is, and where real value can be given to the states to provide. As observers, one of my main takeaways is also that we need to enhance the understanding of EMBs and state institutions of how they can use observation to their benefit. Most see the benefit of the external assessment and review as a contributor to the credibility of the process and public trust in the elections. But EMBs and state institutions don't generally take full advantage of what they can get from the feedback that we have on the procedures and the processes, or how they can request good practices from other states that we've learned of through our observations. Those good practices could be used to their benefit to address gaps or fix something that is not working. Our work can also help to you, as election management bodies and state institutions, to justify your request for further resources or changes in legislation, or to explain the purpose to a wider audience of your actions. I would also be glad to hear further suggestions of how we could promote greater use of our observation and make it more productive and useful for you as well, of our observation findings and our recommendations. Of course, an immediate next step for ODIHR is to observe the upcoming elections here in Moldova. And we will be deploying a full election observation mission, which we expect to be quite significant in size, and we'll be arriving to the country on the 13th of August. So we will have immediate next steps here in Moldova, but my comments were broader and about our observations in general. I'm happy to discuss any of these points here today or outside this event, and I thank you once again for involving us.
Thank you, Megan. You made some very interesting observations there, whether it comes to the fragmentation of legislative reform, the timing, which is frequently very rushed, but you also point out the importance of what I would put in one word, inclusiveness. Inclusiveness when it comes to consultations, when you pass the legislation, and then when you implement the legislation. Important observation as well with regard to the lack of resources for the oversight of campaign funding. That's something that I'm sure a lot of management bodies face. Lack of online, of oversight, I would say, of online campaigning and online funding. And I would conclude with a very important remark that you made, the importance of implementing recommendations that come out from the observation of elections. And as you said, they should be seen in a constructive light as something that could help the countries move forward. Like Norway mentioned, that it helps to identify the cracks and then take corrective action. It's not about naming and shaming, it's about moving things forward and tackling the new challenges. So thank you very much for all of that. I now have the pleasure of introducing Ms. Alina Radu, who apparently is very known to most of the participants here. She's the director of Moldova's leading weekly investigative newspaper, Ziarul de Garda. Her work is vital in strengthening public oversight and accountability, especially in the face of increasing disinformation and covert political influence, online in particular. She will share her perspective on the media's role and civil society's broader contribution in advancing electoral transparency. Ms. Radu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Mulțumesc, bună ziua.
Thank you. I see that people are blowing onto themselves. It's really hot because the topic is hot, but nevertheless, maybe some conditioned air would help as well. We would think it would be justified to turn the conditioning on. No? Shall we protest against that? Is it not possible to turn the air conditioning? Well, if we talk about money in politics, I think we can pay less for this event in this case. I'm just making proposals. Thank you to the journalists. Thank you very much. Journalists are seen as people who are somewhere in the back of the room. They're filming, then they're asking questions. So journalists now are invited to share what they're doing, how they see things, what they see actually. I am Ziarul de Garda. Which one of you has held a newspaper in your hand? Just 5 people? Well, around, okay. So Ziarul de Garda has the highest number of subscribers in Moldova, and we are happy that the citizens of the Republic of Moldova choose to subscribe an investigative journalism newspaper. And on the first page, we have a topic on money, corruption, and political actions, about corrupt political parties and people who are not yet punished, but we hope they will be. This newspaper, after many, many years, has surpassed the subscription that has been in the first place in Moldova, Komsomolskaya Pravda. And I was wondering why a newspaper printed on Moscow's money is the largest newspaper in a country that claims to be independent and sovereign. Now, citizens started reading something else, and that is outstanding. Why I'm holding the newspaper in my hand and I'm telling about you? Because I will get to money in a minute. Sometimes the young people from diaspora subscribe their relatives, their parents who are in Moldovan villages, and we often receive these messages. My mother used to support Shore. She used to go to Shore's meetings. She took money from Shore. After she got the subscription, in 1 year alone, she turned into pro-European. That is the cheapest way of solving a severe, a deep, a serious issue. To offer the people adequate information, verified information, trustworthy, correct information, and then people would be will take correct decisions. I'd like to say that the newspaper that has the highest number of subscribers, well, of course, not young people. 95% are pensioners, and pensioners are the poorest people in the Republic of Moldova. They have the lowest incomes, and this is why we have to keep low prices for subscription for this category of citizens, because we cannot make profits on investigations and we cannot make profits on the account of the citizens that need information but do not have enough money. We still believe that we provide a public interest service. Zero de Garda is not a business. But let's see what money in politics does to us, whether it helps us or not. It's been 2 days since there are discussions about money in politics. This is the money that our reporters have received last year while they were investigating undercover, being introduced into Shore's groupings incognito. The reporters spent 3 months there. They have made some tasks. They have listened to all the tasks and orders coming from Moscow, and finally they were paid. They were paid for a number of actions to participate in protests organized by Moscow in front of the judicial facilities, to spread leaflets with disinformation to various people, to participate at various electoral meetings, and finally to vote against the pro-European referendum and vote for a pro-Moscow candidate, pro-Russian candidate. We framed this money, and you see the black background is not just black paper. It is something that is called kulyok, or the plastic bag in Moldova. This is the famous black plastic bag, which also appears in the police reports, but also in the shootings made by our colleagues, but also other video recordings. Illegal money in politics is often moved around in this black plastic bag, and this is the symbol of corruption. This is why we have put it in a frame on a black plastic bag, and will expose them year on year in our anti-corruption exhibitions. Last year, this money was at the National Museum of History, so everybody could see the image of the corruption and the money in politics of the Republic of Moldova. Well, reporters do investigations. It was not easy for two ladies to be working undercover in Shore's clans. It was quite traumatizing and quite risky and difficult from any perspective. Nevertheless, many people said that the investigations done by Zero de Garde last year, by publishing them before the first round of elections and before the runoff, have influenced the decision of the citizens to come out and to have a high turnout and to vote correctly, to vote ignoring the corrupt groups and corruption orders. We are very happy. We were very happy then. We benefited from waves of praises for the reporters, and there were a number of important awards, and we're happy that our history about corrupt money in the elections of Moldova has acquired the highest, the best, the biggest prize for investigative journalism. We became known in Moldova not only for the fraud that was investigated, but also for the hard work that the reporters do. Now, I would like to discuss together and understand what is the motivation of a group of journalists to do this dangerous work, and what is the advantage of a publishing house that does this impactful work. What happened after the publication of the first investigation was waves of digital attacks to the reporters and to me as a manager of this media outlet. Attacks that were endless, and they continue today. And even if we complain to the police sometimes, I personally haven't felt a drop of justice for all the attacks which have been happening and still are happening against our reporters, against myself, my family, my children. The Republic of Moldova is not yet prepared and does not know how to protect an investigative journalist or a group of investigative journalists. We are speaking about money in politics. We did have elections, and in elections there are huge amounts of money, not only for buying votes, as Shore did, but there is money circulating for electoral publicity and so on. How many contracts, or how much money did Ziarul de Garde received? The largest newspaper, and on the websites, we are in top 10 viewed websites. We are a big media outlet with a big number of subscribers. How much money did we get from publicity contracts? What do you think? Just that? You think that, well, that was not for publicity. Let me tell you, there is money paid for publicity, but Ziarul de Garde doesn't get any of that. On the one hand, Ziarul de Garde is the first newspaper and probably the only one, I'm afraid we are the only one that check the offers for publicity. And even if we are offered money from obscure sources, and even if the law allows us to do that, we refuse it. We have received financial offers and promotion contracts from entities registered already as electoral candidates, but we decided that these entities, these candidates, were not able to explain clearly where the money comes from, and we refused. And in Moldova, there are political parties, there are political forces that are honest and correct, that have transparent money. Why don't we take the money from them? What would you say? Because they don't give it to us. Because those pro-European forces believe that the voters which read Ziarul de Garde, they already know everything they're supposed to know. And where do you think they go with that money? They go to other media outlets. Well, not to Komsomolskaya Pravda, but to some websites, some TV channels, probably to inform other audience. If I look at that media outlets and I'm thinking who are the owners and who will benefit from transparent money, I'm afraid the answer is not going to make anybody happy. And therefore, we give the most difficult journalism task on the shoulders of investigative teams. We let them be in the front line and be exposed to digital attacks, and not just because our reporters have already been hit several times during the street protests organized by Shore. So we allowed them to be hit and do the hardest work, but when the reporters do need to get salaries and they need to be remunerated, then we leave it up to the foreign donors. Of course, we do apply for grants whenever there is a possibility, and we are happy that we have partners in the European countries and in the Western countries that support our work. However, we would like to think, when we talk about money in politics, money in election campaign, political campaigns, and when we talk about money in politics and the soundness of democracy, we must also think how we could support the newspapers that make the investigations. Why do you think Ziarul de Garde does these investigations? What do we get out of it? We have a huge moral satisfaction, that's right. It's been 20 years since we were on the market, and we have had so many messages from the citizens who said that certain investigations that we made helped them deal with their own issues in their communities, at the district level, or in the capital. there were many investigations taken over by the authorities to address a corruption or a legal issue, and the citizens are very thankful to us. They have been showing their support to us. More than that, lately none of our investigations would have not happened without the information support or the information coming from the citizens. People are wonderful. They see something, they share this with people that they trust to. Sometimes I feel like telling them, call the police, call the CEC, not us. They said, we trust you and we want to share this information with you. Most probably in the first place to us. Besides that, we receive letters that people write to the authorities, let's say, government of the Republic of Moldova, President of the Republic of Moldova, and INCC Ziarul de Garde, because this is a way for them to make sure that their problem, their issue would be heard and would be addressed. People tell us where the money in politics is, how money in politics circulates, how it is transmitted. A new campaign for the elections in September has not officially started yet. However, we already have signals on how financial fraud in the elections to follow is being organized. People are wonderful. We work for them. We are sure that together with them we will change Moldova into a more transparent, more democratic state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Radu. Thank you for putting it so clearly and presenting it to all the participants how important investigative journalism is. But I also would like to mention again some of the challenges that you face in carrying out this very noble mission, where, as you said, you get a lot of moral satisfaction out of it, but most importantly, the voters get the information which then influences the way they vote and incite them to ask further questions. And those challenges include, obviously, not just physical threats to the life of investigative journalists, but also lack of funding for you to be able to carry out your duties and responsibilities vis-à-vis the public. So it's not just about justice undelivered, and when justice is not done, that's a huge demotivating factor, I would say, for those of you and for all your colleagues. So we hope that there will be some really strong takeaways with regard to supporting investigative journalism, and that's not only from the Western countries that have been sustaining you for the last few years, but also for the national authorities when they have legally proved or legally traced funding, that they also choose the newspapers that help them in doing the job properly. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I now have the pleasure to invite our next speaker, Ms. Angelika Karaman, the chairperson of the Central Electoral Commission of Moldova. As your country moves into a very critical period, we look forward to hearing your views on how you are working to ensure free and fair elections, not just for the citizens in Moldova, but also for Moldovan citizens abroad. And we look forward also to hear some of your proposals for the concrete steps in the near future, especially with regard to ensuring an equal level playing field for all the electoral contestants. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, Alina, well, the question, you as a paper, if you accept money even from credible sources, well, this kind of money is not even offered. And then you wouldn't have accepted that, because that is what we mean by independence and freedom. And I guess this is the most important and beautiful thing. Keeping your independence and freedom, this is what democracy gives us. And in those 2 days, when we had good, consistent, valuable discussions with experts, guests who shared their experience, very useful, and they made us understand that democracy still needs protection. And we need to take care of it every day, and we need joint efforts for this. We had a chance to get to know modern legislations aligned to international standards. And we understand that life, with all its changes, sometimes does not wait for a law that would allow you to intervene and do justice or bring up truth. We have learned that politics cannot be conducted without money. It is utopic to say that someone can campaign without the money. Money is there in the electoral campaign. And it is the responsibility of people, of parties, of the media, of the observers and authorities to ensure transparency of the campaigns and ask questions, sometimes uncomfortable questions. Who pays? Why does that entity pay? What is the purpose? We have seen that big and small democracies are facing same kind of issues. We live in a world where the online environment informs, educates, builds behaviors, and shapes votes. And Moldova has learned very important lessons, I guess. Democratic instruments are used to fight democracy. Laws and democratic instruments are being used to do actually the contrary. When you take the law on rallies, meetings, and you do electoral campaign for non-registered candidates and distribute some items. And we have seen your investigations. The observers were used against their destination. Political actors very often were meeting the observers in the polling stations. And again, the dilemma stays. Where is the limit of transparency? And we need to get an answer to this particular dilemma and other. And we will need to take joint efforts to protect democracy. We will need to create conditions for our people to exercise their voting right regardless of their location. And we will be using everything that is available to us. We will open the necessary number of polling stations. We will use the technologies that will help us ensure a smooth flow of traffic in the polling stations. We don't want the registration to be more cumbersome than voting or more difficult. Preliminary registration is a very interesting thing. Everyone is watching the figures, which are suggestive. For me personally, this thought that democracy is not about perfection is important. We don't want to have ideal systems, absolutely safe systems. They just do not exist. Democracy is about responsibility, and it's joint responsibility of institutions, observers, media, and also of our capacity to ensure safety and security so that the actors involved in the electoral process are there. And one more thing that I would like to conclude with. We are not alone in the effort that we are taking, and it still has to be a joint effort of the professionals who take care of democracy. And our discussions will continue. And I hope that we meet again at the next regional conference, Money in Politics, and we will be able to discuss the achievements that were possible thanks to the good practices that we have discussed in these days. I would like to thank you all for active participation, for sharing the ideas, for your presence, for being with us in this path of ours. I would like to thank the organizers again who made this meeting possible yet again. And I would also like to thank the interpreters who made our communication possible and eased a lot of difficulties. Thank you and see you again.
This comprehensive oversight of the efforts that you're making to ensure that elections are going to be transparent and the degree of transparency. You raised the question, where does it start and where does it stop? But most important, what I retained from your intervention is that democracy is work in progress. It's not a done deal, and we can't take it for granted. And to ensure its health, and to maintain, to uphold democracy, we need all stakeholders involved, be it the government institutions, the media, the civil society, and international partners. So thank you very much for that. That brings to an end the interventions from this panel. I asked a question and I was told that there are no questions to be asked during this one, but we're going to rebel a little bit because the panelists told me that they would actually be happy to take a couple of questions. So we won't be able to go on forever, but if there are a couple of interesting questions, the panelists would be very happy to take that, and then I will conclude I will complement the concluding remarks of the chair of the Electoral Commission. Yes? And please introduce yourself when you take the floor. I think I'm talking to you from the, yeah, okay. Introduce yourself very briefly and keep it to a question, no statements and no comments.
Hello, I'm Oksana Grechnichenko, NACP Ukraine, and happy to be here. And my question is for interesting panel to Alina Radu is about media regulator in Moldova. Does it is such institution, and if it is, how do you feel completely free or some difficult during your investigation? Thank you.
I will answer in Romanian and hopefully you will be able to hear the interpretation. Yes, indeed, some of the media are subject to a number of rules. All audiovisual institutions are under the Audiovisual Council. There are norms and rules for transparency as well. They have to submit financial reports, data about owners and beneficiaries. The papers are also registered as institutions, but there are fewer of them. Web pages are not really regulated. These are just entities registered, and that's it. There is no public authority that would check them. However, the biggest problem is with the total freedom on the social networks. There are no regulations there. There is wild freedom. And what we see, unfortunately, is that money dominates. And money is paid on Facebook, TikTok, or Instagram to promote particular political entities, which are often obscure, often related to the criminals from Kremlin who promote war, corruption, anti-European, anti-democratic ideas. If you make a paid post on Facebook, and if you write, I love Putin and I love his war in Ukraine, this post, if it's free, it will probably be deleted. But if it's sponsored or paid, it will stay. Because social networks are not regulated, unfortunately, and no one is held responsible for hate speech, for messages that promote war and crime on social networks. So maybe we cannot say that the TVs have a problem having a state authority that regulates them. Luckily, there's less hatred, and there are also few political messages that are not controlled. Me as a journalist, I am the patriot of all freedoms, but I must admit that we are now swollen by the freedom of hatred and money on the internet. We need to regulate hatred and money. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
Hi. These were very full and informative days. I am Renata Lvovsky, and I'm an international electoral expert. I know I have to be short, but I don't really know how to do that. I would like to say to Alina that I spent 10 years in Kyrgyzstan and Georgia. And whenever I said I'm Moldovan, my colleagues from the media immediately would bring up Ziarul de Garda. So thank you very much. And a question for Megan Fitzgerald. Considering what Madam President said about Gongo organizations or fake observers, we need to make a difference between real observer organizations and Gongo organizations. And one of the conditions that would allow us to do that would be an indication of sources, sources of funding. This should be done extremely transparent, and funding for organization of missions should be made very transparent. And there is a problem, and I would like to hear your view on this. We wouldn't like to slip into overly strict regulation that would limit organizations that are professional, that do their job honestly. And I can give you the example of Georgia. I spent the last 3.5 years there. And I have seen how restrictive legislation may be, which ultimately brings benefit to the same Gongo organizations and limits endlessly the activity of the observers and of the investigative journalists. what would be the real limit that would allow us to go into transparency of funding such missions? Thank you.
Comment. I mean, I think when we discuss the funding of civil society and venturing into exploring the sources of their funding, it's a very risky area at the moment. You rightfully mentioned the examples from Georgia, which ODIHR has issued multiple legal opinions on the legislation there and the risks and the harm it does to civil society being able to operate freely in Georgia, but not only in Georgia, and also in Kyrgyzstan. As you mentioned, you worked there as well, and many other countries. We're seeing a movement towards this. So I would say, instead of looking at the funding sources, I mean, I think all observer organizations do, domestic and international, have an obligation to transparency about their work, but there are many other methods for looking at it. International observer organizations are signatories of the Declaration of Principles for International Observation. That means that they uphold certain standards in their observation and apply a concrete methodology to their observation and publish all their reports. Similarly, for domestic observers, there's their own network and their own principles, and it can be looked at which domestic observer organizations are members of the Global Network for Democratic Election Observation, and GENDEM, which is Zosha, who spoke yesterday, was mentioned as a member of that board, and the member organizations are here as well. So you can look into the reporting practices of the observer organizations, how transparent they have, what they have published, and what they have practiced, how they explain their methodology, how transparent are they about their methodology. There's a number of other ways, and through the accreditation process, the election commissions around the OSCE region do ask these questions as well. They ask for examples of where you've observed in the past, or what elections, for domestic observers, what elections you've observed in the past, and sometimes even look at their reports for that.
Thank you.
I would like to make an obligatory comment. I should have made a clarification that we were concerned with the fact that certain political forces try to use the observers, and it's not about international observers in any case. Being aware of the power and the objectiveness of this element, the observers, which base their activities on some methodologies, codes of conduct, they are trained, they know, and they have experience in observing elections. Our concern was when we said some forces use the institution of observation to give opinions which are presented as if they were an objective opinion of an observer, while on social media it was clear that these people support a specific candidate. So I just wanted to make that specific clarification. Our interest as an institution is to have as many observers as possible, and indeed we would probably have to organize a round of discussions with those who would like to register as observers so that these objectiveness standards are observed.
Thank you very much. I think we'll stop here and proceed with a few concluding remarks. It's been very interesting. I don't know about participants, but I guess so. At least I found it very interesting. We talked a lot about transparency. We talked about accountability, inclusiveness, the importance of implementing recommendations of monitoring bodies, and the million-dollar question, how to ensure the independence of investigative journalism, while at the same time providing them with sustainable financial resources which would allow them to keep doing their work. And this is something that might deserve some broader discussions, because I've heard it in other countries as well. How to maintain independence, but also get funding in order to allow the work to go on. We heard a lot about how democracy is an ongoing process, so we all have to work towards upholding it. And I would like to thank all the panelists for their very valuable contributions, and the participants for staying engaged. The room is still full, and I'm sure there were other questions, but we wouldn't be able to take them anymore. I would like to take the occasion to thank the co-organizers and co-sponsors of this event, starting with the Central Electoral Commission of Moldova, International IDEA, UNDP, IFES, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, International Republican Institute, IFES, Norway, Sweden, Canada, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Moldova, UK International Development Agency, Ambassade de France en République de Moldavie. Have I forgotten anyone? Basically all those that are mentioned at the top of the screen that you see up there. So thank you very much for keeping this event, ensuring the continuity of this event. I would also like to mention, if I can call it a call to action, if I may so say, the importance of continuing to work together on these issues, because the challenges are such that cannot be addressed by one single institution, by one country, but by national stakeholders, but also by international stakeholders. So that brings me to the fact that this is not a one-off event and shouldn't be, so we look forward to the next one. From the Council of Europe point of view, I would like to maintain or retain the commitment of the Council of Europe to continue providing support to Moldova. It wasn't mentioned very much, but I would like to take the opportunity to mention the importance of the Committee of Ministers' recommendation from 2003 on the financing of political parties. I heard a lot during conversations that I had with colleagues and partners during coffee breaks and dinner, the importance of updating this Committee of Ministers' recommendation to reflect the new challenges, be it about online political advertising, foreign interference, cryptocurrency, and digital donations. So I will pass this message to the colleagues in Strasbourg, and I hope that I was reassured by the colleague of Transparency International that this will also be taken into consideration during the ongoing discussions at the UN level for a new resolution in this regard. I understand Norway is extremely active, so I'm sure you will share information with your colleagues in Strasbourg about that. So let's keep the momentum going for Moldova and for democratic resilience across Europe and beyond. Thank you again to all of you for your presence and for your active involvement. And again, like Madam Chair, I would like to thank the interpreters for their excellent job. Thank you very much. We won't be able to conversate without you.